Summon Sign is brought to you by you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Hello everyone, welcome to episode 21 of Summon Sign, Last Stand Media's weekly in-depth gaming discussion podcast. I'm your host as always, Brad Ellis, and joining me this week is Dustin Furman, Descendants t-shirt on.
That's
What's
right,
up, man?
Do you like the Descendants, Brad?
No.
You don't
to be
like
fair,
them?
I don't know any of their stuff, so I couldn't tell you.
Oh, okay, cool. That's fine. You should check it out, though. It's like nice, like very early pop punk. Not like almost like kind of an early progenitor of the pop punk music.
Okay.
And it's good stuff. But
what, like the 80s?
Well, they have stuff. Their early stuff is in the 80s, but they became more pop punk in the 90s, like early 90s. So,
Fair enough.
Good band. Thanks for having me today, Brad. I'm happy to be back on Summon Sign. Nothing. I was trying to nothing. I try to think is anything notable happened to me today? The only thing happened is that I think, and I hate to bring the show down to this level right off the bat. I was sitting working on stuff. I think I crushed my ball a little bit, and it was, and then I was walking around getting lunch there. I was like, oh, I sat down weird. I'm fine now. It's gone. But did you ever have? I mean, Colin, I know it's happened to you because I saw it happen live.
Everyone did. Yeah,
it's happened to me a couple of times since then too. Because I shift around all the time when I record. I mean, I think people notice that I just shift around a lot when I sit, and my balls are so big that every once in a while I just kind of sit on them. You know?
Yep.
Are they big or saggy?
Yes.
I don't know. They're probably. It's actually so funny because I'm watching Curb Your Enthusiasm all the way through again for the millionth time, and he talks about how Larry's balls are really saggy. Yeah, I don't know if they're. I don't know that I'm old enough for them to be super saggy yet, but they just seem to be in the way. You know, a lot. So
gotta get a little hammock.
I get it.
Yeah,
check.
You got to be careful.
Mm-hmm.
And as you heard, Colin Moriarty also joining us with a nice Castlevania shirt on, Weapons of Mass Destruction, of course, and his Jets. Is that a Jets jacket?
Yeah, it's my Jets sweatshirt. Because it's always so cold in here. Because I dropped the AC in we have a 2-zone. You probably have zone AC in your house too, because that's a very common thing in Orange County. But we have 2 zones, so I make it really cold upstairs when it's nighttime, and then when I wake up, I'm freezing. So I have to, because I like to sleep as many people do. I have a fan 2 inches from my face, and the AC as low as humanly possible, and just sleep.
Sleeping cold is way better.
Oh my God, dude! I would never want to sleep any other way. I cannot believe people. It's very common in Europe, actually. There's no AC in many places.
They're pretty backwards over there, so I don't know. You guys have heard Lockmore before, so you know how it is. Mm-hmm. There's something wrong with them over there. Just use the AC, man. Put some ice in your water. Yeah. Just put some ice in your water.
That I'm a little more amenable to that, but yeah. So I've just been hanging out, and I broke my bass pedal on my drum kit.
Oh no!
And I've never had that. It's funny. I was saying to Micah that this is my 3rd drum kit in my life that I've owned, and it's the nicest drum kit I've owned. It's a Pearl kit. I've never played a Pearl kit. I had a shitty Percussion Plus, my first drum kit when I was a kid, and then I had a Tama when I was older. But I got it used, and I never had any problems with my bass pedals. I had the shittiest bass pedal when I was a kid, and it never broke. And then I have this Pearl bass pedal, and it breaks after a year or whatever, and the chain just snapped. And I had this anxiety. I haven't played a show in many, many years. I was in a band, as people know, when I was in college, called Paper Champ. I do have a bunch of videos of us playing on VHS, but I have to get them digitized, whatever, which would be interesting. And I had this sinking feeling when I was playing along with the song when it broke, and I thought something just came off. So I went down, and then I realized something snapped and it was broken. And I was like, "Holy shit, dude! What if this happened to me when I was playing?" But thankfully, I was playing with my shitty secondhand Tama bass pedal that never broke. So, got to get that fixed. Got to go on. Do you guys buy your stuff on Sweetwater?
No, I haven't bought an instrument in a while. I usually like to buy them in person too. If I ever did, to get a feel for them.
I bought that guitar in person in San Francisco, but my bass and a few other things I bought, and this drum kit I bought on Sweetwater. I love Sweetwater. It's awesome. It's a really, really great website. But I don't know if you guys know that their thing is like getting in constant touch with you and asking you how things are. So like I ordered drum heads or whatever a few weeks ago, and they like call you and they're like, how are the drum heads?
Oh,
how are
whoa.
they? Like I bought like a shit ton of drumsticks because I'm just spending so much money buying 2 or 3 pairs at a time. I bought like 20, and they're like, how are the drumsticks and all that? And I'm like, they're great. So now I got to get in touch with them, send them the pictures because I know that they're going to tell me and guide me in the right direction. And I kind of have this secret hope, not that it's on money. I don't care about the money really, but it's like this pedal's broken.
You're right.
I don't play that hard. I play pretty hard, but I don't play that hard. And so I'm dealing with that, and I'm kind of going over it in my head. What do I do? How do I fix this? I can't play. I can play the snare, I guess, until then.
Yeah, but come on.
But what am I in high school again? I'm not playing the snare drum. And I have my drum pad for that. So.
Question for you guys. What was your first instrument? Do you remember? Not necessarily just the instrument itself, but do you remember the model and everything like that?
When I started playing in school, so I played drums since I was a little kid. But when I started, we got off, in 4th grade, I think it was, or 5th grade, we started playing in band, and I played saxophone first.
Ooh, did you rent it or did you own
I rented it, and it was a alto sax, and I played it for 2 years, and I wasn't very good. And then I played piano for a while.
Oh.
And then went back full time to drums. But I never played drums in school after that. I took like private drum lessons and stuff like that.
Okay.
Because I wasn't like, I wish I did play in school just because I'm pretty good with rudiments and I'm good on the snare, but I would be so much better on the snare, and that translates to your fills and all of the rest. So, and guitar and bass, I'm just totally self-taught and I'm not very good. So, yeah.
Dustin, what about you? I know you play instruments.
Yeah. My first guitar that was mine was my uncle gifted to me in 2nd grade, and it was like a kid size guitar, and it was awesome. I didn't take it that seriously though. I learned to play a few chords, but it wasn't until I was in junior high that I actually started playing. And I played my mom's old, it's like a white, real crappy Ibanez guitar, electric guitar. And that was just like what I had available. So I played that. But my first, so I guess there's like kind of like 3 firsts, but my first real guitar that was very special was I had a Epiphone SG red, kind of like the one that, Jack Black in School of Rock played a real Gibson,
a Gibson one, yeah.
but the Epiphone was good enough for me, and I was very, very pleased. The only problem with it, love the way it sound, had the plated pickups and stuff like that, but it was very like top heavy, and so if you would have it on the strap, it would just fall. It would just like,
whoa, that's weird,
immediately. So I was a little annoyed with that, and then I really haven't had that. I've had one other nice guitar, which is my ESP LTD 400, which is also kind of the SG shape, but in white. And then I just don't really play guitar anymore. So,
dude, I understand that.
Yeah.
Do you reckon you were talking about power pop punk before? I was playing this song actually on the drums when my drums broke, but I'll play it on guitar. Do you recognize this? Do you recognize the song? Ready?
Yeah, that's Newfound Glory, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I remember that. I saw them the first time in a skateboard video. Skateboarders, Dagan would probably know this, like 411. You might know that, Colin.
Oh yeah, definitely. He would know that stuff.
Yeah, I saw them in that. I remember.
I love that song, Hit or Miss. That song is so good. And that song's really fun to play on the drums. And then in the middle of it, just pedal gave out, man.
Just fucking broke.
I wasn't live though. And I haven't played live music in 20 years, so it'll probably be okay.
Yeah, you lucked out. Yeah, we should have you play at the next live show, just drum solo from you.
We talked, Ramon and I, so we want to do a vinyl for my best friend. Ramon does all of our music, and he's a working musician and traveling, touring musician, traveling musician, like he's a fucking bard. And we were talking about how we wanted to do like some special things for the vinyl when we get to it. And one of the things was if we would like just play all the songs live. And like just go to a studio. Like he knows so many people, we could just go somewhere and play. But I do have this fantasy of like, because I don't know if Dustin considers himself rusty or really wants to do it. Chris, I think, plays a little bit more. I play drums every day, and I'm probably better. I am better at drums than I've ever been in my life, and I think I've always been good at them. It would be cool to play at like episode 400 or something, Yeah. Like just do the intro, like do some like version of the song, just walk out and play it. Yeah, that'll be cool. But
yeah,
those days are behind me. Paper Champ, we never got signed. We never made it.
It happens.
But what a hell of a name. What a waste of a name, huh?
Paper champ, yeah.
Yeah, Rocky 3. That's what Mr. T calls Rocky. Or Clubber Lang, as he's known in the
Clubber
film,
Lang. Oh,
calls him
yeah.
a paper champ. That's where I got it from.
Just quickly, for instruments I had, my first one was a Fender Duo Sonic. This was when I was pretty young. Me and my brother shared it. And I didn't really start playing guitar till after high school, I feel like. Like, we had that guitar for a long time. At one point, all my friends started learning to play tune. I let people borrow that guitar, and it just got fucked up. It just, like, got destroyed, and my dad, like, rebuilt it. But after that, I bought a Les Paul Epiphone. I have that. That's, like, my main electric guitar. Then I have a Taylor. It's like a G something. It's like a smaller version. I really like it. It's not like a full dreadnought, like big acoustic guitar I love. I have a Hofner over there also. I mean, I can just show it real quick.
Yeah, go get it.
Go get it.
Let's see your axe.
I want to get a new guitar sometimes.
You should. One of my basses.
Oh, wow. That's sick, dude.
The Paul McCartney one.
I was going to say, that's sick.
I love that. Nice. Paul McCartney.
I got to get an acoustic bass at some point. That's not an acoustic bass, but that's the next thing I want to buy is an acoustic bass.
Yeah, and I think my first bass was like a Ibanez I bought off a friend. It's pretty shitty, but it's cool.
This is like just the bass I fuck around with, but Micah has a nicer one. Oh, I bought her, and she's learning how to play it or whatever.
That's sick.
I got to get I actually really love this drum kit, but it is what they call a jungle kit. So I would like to get, it's like a smaller, it's really great for jazz and stuff like that. I just don't want to be annoying to my neighbors.
Oh, yeah.
But it sucks because like I have this fucking China cymbal behind me forever that Micah bought me, and I need to figure out a way. Like, you can't, the people at Guitar Center were almost like, are you out of your mind? Because I like went down there and I'm like, listen, I play like a small jungle kit, but I want to get a rack for it, like a modular rack. And they're like, what? Like, they're like, do you realize like how big a rack is? I'm like, yeah, I had a Gibraltar rack when I was a kid on my Tama drum kit. I know exactly what it is. Like, where am I supposed to put all these fucking cymbals? I only have the ride. There's no more room. 2 crashes a ride. I want to get like a splash, a China, maybe one more crash in the center, like a third crash cymbal, a crash ride. Anyway, this isn't a music podcast. No one even gives a fuck. So why are we talking about it?
Yeah, well, fuck them. Yeah, this is our gaming discussion podcast. You heard us earlier talking about it. We're going to talk about video games on this, of course. But before we get into that, please check us out on patreon.com/laststandmedia if you'd like to support us over there. Many of you do, and we greatly appreciate it. If you pledge a certain amount of money, what is it, $2, $5? You get podcast early.
Yeah, $5 for podcast early, $2 to submit. $1 for Sacred Symbols Plus. $5 is where you really want to be. That's where almost everyone is.
That's the sweet spot. That's what I was at. You get this show early. You get every podcast early, pretty much. You get exclusive shows like Sacred Symbol Plus, all that good stuff. Punching up Dustin's Nintendo podcast. When are you going to have me on that, dude? What's going on?
I don't know. Never.
Okay.
We'll see. We've been trying to decide because with the Dagon slot being gone, we're open to have guests on, but I'm trying to like Sacred never has guests on the main show. I kind of like that consistency on who's going to be on. If you don't jive with the guest, it's not like a throwaway episode. But on the other half, then we have this open spot. Could be fun to bring in guests. So honestly, you don't want to be. There's just like we're having a ton of fun talking about a bunch of stuff. Like we went longer than we normally do, but
like Luigi's Bulge
comes up regularly, of course, but we're just kind of like waiting. I mean, there's a June Direct coming up, so maybe that would be a good point because there will actually be some new games to talk about.
Yeah. If there's a Zelda announcement, Dustin, you don't have me on there, I'll be offended.
You're gonna leave, but just quit
unless you guys record at like 7 a.m. my time. Then I'm probably okay.
It all depends. We record early. Gene usually has like a cutoff at 2, so that's why we record at 11. But I think you should just get your bitch ass up. Really,
that's true.
Something to think about.
How are you, Brad? How was your rest?
Good, man. I'm finally not sick anymore. Feels good.
Good.
It took me I had a stuffed nose for over a week and a half, but it's finally gone. I can breathe again.
Excellent.
I can go back to the gym now. I went yesterday, and boy, was it rough. Because I've been going for like a month.
Yeah. Oh, a month?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a long time.
This cold was brutal, man. It just would not go away. You know, and I don't want to be getting anyone fucking sick there or anything. So
No, of course. Fuck them.
How to wait it out? Yeah, I'm sure plenty of people have that mentality when they go to the gym.
Well, obviously, I mean, COVID taught us that everyone had that mentality as well. But I'm trying to bring as much Sacred Symbols drama into this show as possible by asking you how your sleep is, because that's one of Dustin's least favorite questions that I ask.
How's your sleep?
Yeah, like how you sleeping? How's your rest?
I'm sleeping good actually now. I go to bed consistently like at midnight now.
Wow, that's great. I'm not even anywhere close to going to bed at that.
I know.
Ever.
I know.
Not once.
It's just like, well, for work, I do have to get up a little earlier than you guys, but
yeah, totally you do.
It's still not early at all. Like it's 10 a.m. my time right now, so that's nothing. But I like consistent schedule, actually. I feel like because I like to go to the gym when I wake up usually too, so
right,
it's a good time.
Good.
The sleep is good. Dustin, you sleeping good?
Yeah. Nothing different than normal.
Enjoy that sleep.
Allergies, though,
yeah,
pretty bad. In fact, just a few minutes ago, for the video listeners, you might have saw me. I was fighting for my life here for a second because I sneezed once, and then I was on the verge of a second sneeze. And that there's that you're like, let's just make this happen. Let's go. Let's make the sneeze happen. Just wouldn't happen.
Second sneeze. That's interesting.
Yeah.
So
the combo.
Yeah. Other than the allergies, sleep's all right.
I never have the second sneeze. My mom sneezes in 4s and 5s.
Oh yeah, I know someone like that.
So we just wait until the end, and then we say bless you to her or whatever. I have been thinking a lot about bless you lately. Jeffy and I talked about this, I think, at some point on his show a long time ago, which was kind of, I just say it. I'm not a religious person, culturally religious, maybe culturally Catholic, but it's like, why are we saying that to people and then I get upset when they don't acknowledge it?
I don't know.
What? It's like an ancient thing from like Middle English.
Yeah.
You know?
It's just tradition.
Like it's supposed to, like you're excising a demon or something. Bless you.
Yeah.
Like, guys, I think we're good on this. We understand like biology a lot better now at this point, you know?
Well, I just feel like nowadays, because it's so ingrained in society after all these years, if you don't say fucking anything, then it's just weird.
I agree, but I think that we actually should probably not be saying anything, but it is like a catch-22. Like, I'll let the next generation worry about that. I'll just continue to say bless you. And that's what people have been saying to each other for 700 years.
Yeah. What about Gesundheit? Are you okay with that?
I mean, it's the same thing, right?
Yeah.
It's just in another language. I mean, and it's European.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That is.
But so is English, I guess.
Yeah, it's true. So, but our English is better.
German and English related. Our English is way better. It's older. And that's why it's better. You know?
That's true. Embrace tradition.
Why are they adding vowels to everything?
I don't know, man. What are you gonna? I don't know, dude.
They're bored, or they were bored.
Why don't they spell bored Boured? You know, since having an O is not sufficient. Get the fuck out of here with that. Can't take it.
I don't know, man.
I'm pretty sure it's Daniel Webster that started in the United States, like one of the great linguists in American history and the progenitor of that dictionary and all the rest. I think he's the one that started cutting the U's out. I honestly think that that's where it came from, and he kind of normalized. You know, fuck those dudes.
Good,
you know?
Good man. Yeah, good man. Fuck them. All right, boys. A couple warm-up questions from the audience. This is from Nick B. Level. Brad, please inject these facts into the sacred host's heads. The 5 PS2 on PS4 games with back compat issues on PS5 are Ape Escape 2, Manhunt, Okage Shadow King, Primal, and The Warriors. All the other games are either fine or their issues are present everywhere. The only publisher that have regularly supported PS Plus Premium are Sony, Disney, and Bandai Namco. If you're going to blame Sony for not adding Squaresoft games, I'm going to blame your lack of any Sonic Platinums for the lack of a Bloodborne remaster. Well, what the fuck's going on?
I read that in advance and I still don't get it.
What is happening?
Nick, I don't understand. Maybe Nick had a stroke or something. He's the one that needs to be on Lipitor, not me.
Is this like something you guys talking about on Sacred Symbols?
Well, it gets brought up because they now have the PS2 emulator, the new one that's coming. And I said good because I brought up many times. They put the old PS2 on PS4 games on PS5 and they don't fucking work. And there's 5 of them, which I'm trying to remember how many there are. There's not that many. There's a very large percentage of them that don't work. And as far as the publishers that have supported PS Plus only being Sony, Disney, and Bandai Namco, yes, I'm going to blame Sony. It's their service. Go out and get the licenses. Do something. It's on you. You know what I mean? I don't care who is the one supporting it and who isn't. It's like you provide the service, go get the games. And maybe some teams won't want to because they have remasters or remakes coming out. I get that too. But there's still plenty of untapped games and weird off the wall publishers and stuff like that. Maybe defunct, maybe they're hard to get, but I don't know. I'm still blaming Sony for that. I rest my case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. I don't know that I have anything really else to say about it. I have been surprised about Disney's, Lucas under Disney has been very receptive to re-releasing old games in very weird ways. I think we were talking recently about Super Star Wars, which was on Vita natively. It wasn't like some like PS Classic or whatever of it. Not that would be a PS Classic, it was an SNES game, but just as an example, I agree with you, Dustin. It's incumbent on them if they want to make this work well to go out and get games. And I think that we reported last week a big thing with the PS2 backwards compatibility that's over now is them bringing that Star Wars game over, that random Clone Wars game, which is the first new PS2 classic in 5 years. And that it's not like the PS3 where each game is going to need to be emulated and fucked with individually. There's going to be no systemic way to get those games over. And I think that is what they're going to begin to do. Because each game used the cell processor differently and actually manipulated the shit out of the PS3 in all these weird ways, not thinking that it would be hard to replicate that later because it wouldn't have mattered. But I think you said something interesting, which is that Square Enix is not going to be amenable to re-releasing like Final Fantasy Origins or whatever. They're not going to do that stuff because it's going to undercut their newer releases. But there are, especially when you bring in Enix, a shit ton of sub A tier games like The Bouncer and Urgies and fucking Tobal and all these like Bushido Blade, Brave Fencer Musashi. It's like,
dude, Bust a Groove.
Bust a Groove would be great too.
My favorite Enix game.
Bust a Groove is awesome.
Yeah, I love Bust a Groove too.
Musashi's an NX game? I thought that was a Squaresoft game. Is it?
I think Bust a Move was an NX published game
first. No, Musashi.
Oh, Musashi. No, Musashi's Squaresoft.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
I was like,
definitely, because Brave Fencer Musashi is definitely a Squaresoft game. I don't know if that changed before they came together in 2003 or whatever, but there was a sequel on PS2 that was also Squaresoft, I believe. That might have been Square Enix. What was that called? Oh, I can see the box.
I'd play those again.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, there's just I agree. Like, do the legwork. I just don't think they really care.
No,
and
sadly.
The reality is that there are a shit ton of Sony games. Sony published hundreds of games on PS1 and PS2. There are a lot of them that they haven't got to yet. Someone wrote into us recently on Sacred about Colony Wars, for instance, which was a pretty famous franchise, a trilogy of games on PS1 that have just disappeared. And I'm like, I feel like those would be a huge deal to a lot of people for them to come out. Them messing with Siphon Filter and all that, not surprising. Bend, and the licensing there is good. But yeah, you have to go and compel people, spend some money, extract the games.
I agree. It's from Tom. Hey, gents, I have a warm-up question I thought would be fun. What are your favorite video game startup screens? I think of classics like Resident Evil voice or pulling Mario's face in Mario 64. What are some of your favorite or most memorable video game startup screens? Thanks for your time and keep it up. I got one right off the bat. Castlevania 64 has a very good start screen. It is this young kid, spoilers, playing a violin, and it's very good.
That's right. Holy shit, I have to look that up.
Yeah.
Wow. Very good. That's scratching. I haven't played Castlevania 64 or Legacy of Darkness in
a long time.
Yeah, 20.
Yeah.
More, probably since I went to college, actually.
Put those Castlevania out, 64. Put those
intro.
out.
I liked those games. I remember at the time, people were like, yeah, dude, I totally forgot about this. Wow. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That 3D, rough 3D castle, the moon. Yes. Yes. Wow.
Yeah.
What a deep
classic.
Deep cut. I liked those games at the time. I was rougher on the PS2 Castlevania games actually than I was on the N64 Castlevania games. Do you remember the Wii fighting game?
I have it. Judgment. Yeah.
Oh, horrible.
Yeah, it's really bad.
I remember playing that at E3. It must have been like 2008 or whatever. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, it's fucking awful.
Oh my God.
And that's like one of the last Castlevania games we got, it feels like.
It was. Because then after that, we got that random Symphony of the Night looking game, but it was the online game. Remember that one?
Oh, right. Yeah.
On 360. And it was on 360 for some reason first.
Yeah, I forgot what those games were called.
And that was and then it went to Mercury Steam and that was it.
Yeah. That was it. Fuck, man. We need a podcast where we can just vent about Castlevania.
I can go on for 4 days probably about it.
Yeah.
Do we need a plus this week? That might be.
Yeah, we do. I have one tether out to someone, but we can always just cache that or stow it away for, the one that I'm going to do with this other person maybe for later. So yeah, maybe we can do that, because there is a lot to say about Castlevania.
Yeah.
There always is though.
Yeah, there always is. Another cool startup screen I love is Ocarina of Time. Just a very classy startup screen. What about you guys? Favorite startup screens?
The two that come to mind, and these are pretty obvious, not real deep cuts. I mean, the Halo one with the icon, with the
really good,
the monks singing.
Yeah.
Iconic. I just remember that being on. We would have Halo parties, like LAN parties, and so when you're having a pizza break and the menu's on, and that was the setting for the pizza party. It was that music. So that's a good one. The other one, this may be my personal favorite, because it has only gotten better as time goes on and gotten richer, and that has to be the Kingdom Hearts start screen. With Dearly Beloved at the beginning.
So classy. Probably some of the best in gaming.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily original idea. I mean, Squaresoft did all the Final Fantasy games start with the same song, interlude that just evolves throughout time. So it's the same type of thing, but Dearly Beloved, something about that song and how they change it ever so slightly each time just hits. And that's nostalgia speaking a lot, but shout out Dearly Beloved Kingdom Hearts start screen.
I'm going to save you from a comment. It's Dearly Beloved.
Dearly Beloved. Fuck. Big fan.
No, I always said Dearly Beloved too. I don't know why I thought it was that also.
Dang
it's just one of those things.
I'm illiterate.
It's like when you said Okage earlier, and I actually had that game.
Me too.
When I was in high school
a couple years ago for the first time.
And I was like, I just call it Okage.
Okage.
When I bought it, like
Okage. Yeah, that's awesome.
Okage.
We didn't know. No one corrected me.
You didn't fucking know. You didn't fucking know. It's like the long running Chocobo, whatever you want to call it.
Ico.
Yeah. Ico, Eco. Yeah. Start screen, Colin. It's one of your favorites.
Really the most so I'm very influenced by, as people know, by NES games. I think everyone knows this. And I'm really fascinated by NES games that push the absolute limits of storytelling. And Castlevania 3's intro is actually probably the best gaming intro, in my opinion, ever. So much so that no one notices any of the weird shit I bury in our games because it's so obscure and we don't have many people playing them, obviously. Is like Super Perils of Baking's intro is basically beat for beat Castlevania 3's intro. Like when we designed it, I literally sent it to them and I'm like, this is exactly what I want to do. Like with the text boxes, sometimes you have little images, sometimes it's just text. It's got this thing running. It's totally Castlevania 3 inspired. And so shout out to that. But you know what came to mind for me too, Brad, was because people were talking about these intros. Ocarina of Time's a great pull. N64 games, for some reason, by the way they ran, I think were able to have these very dynamic start screens because it wasn't constantly spinning a CD or anything like that. And I think that's the reason why some of these are so cool. But I was thinking about, and I know we don't have many sports gamers, but obviously there are a lot of sports gamers. I'm not really a sports player anymore, but I played FIFA rather. I played Madden, NHL, and whatever MLB games were out every year. I mean, I owned NHL every year for probably 20 years and Madden for a similar amount of time. And the EA Sports startup is the most iconic video game startup, in my opinion, ever. And it's not unique. So like what's funny, when you hear the HBO, like the intro that they've used forever, the screen static and And then what I love asking people is like, what do you think of after that? What's the next note? Right? Because for some people it's Alabama 5 with Sopranos. For some people it's fucking 6 Feet Under or Entourage, Curb Your Enthusiasm, whatever. And EA is the same way because there's always, especially in the late SNES era into the disc era, always licensed soundtrack. So it's always fun to ask someone like you hear like EA Sports. It's in the game. What's the next note? And you can kind of gleam in on there, like what specific game they're talking about or what specific game they have a memory for. For me, it's NHL 2001. There was a Garbage song in the beginning of that. And that's the one I always think about. And there was also a Republica song in one of them. When Ready to Go, that Republica song people might know. That was in one of them too. And so I always think about that. And I just loved that over time. And I also love the Capcom, the old, it was late 8-bit and then into the 16-bit era golden Capcom logo that they would show. And it's most iconic with Street Fighter 2. But it actually began with like Mega Man 6, on NES and a few other things. And yeah, you would get the Game Boy startup, which is really an anti-piracy measure, and all the rest. It's really, really. So I was even going further back than individual games, thinking about. It would be fun to go up to people on the street if you did that kind of thing. I don't do that kind of thing, obviously, right? Like go to like 3rd Street Promenade in Santa Monica or something where I used to live, and just play the PS1 startup screen, like the startup noise for someone, and then say like hum what you think of next. Like listen to this and then hum what comes to your mind. I would love that. That'd be so interesting. So cool. So yeah, EA Sports is a good one to do that with people if you think of it.
Totally. Neo JD wrote in, Colin, Micah says she can't really see the TV too well from the couch, even with her glasses on. Is this a problem for you too, or does she just need stronger glasses?
I don't know. Like, I feel like I was really proud of how strong my eyes were. I've talked many times about the vacillation in my eye strength and how it came back and roared back. You know, I don't know why that happened. I feel like they're still fine, but I probably could use like some distance again. And probably are weakening from 2020 once again. Our TV, Dustin, how big is our TV? Because you bought it for me. You didn't purchase, but you bought it on my behalf.
I'm pretty sure it's 65.
So I'm wondering if we need a bigger TV for that space.
I think you do.
Because the living room's pretty big. I just don't really like the overbearing TV screen thing and people like that aesthetic when you're like in a room and it's big, so it needs a bigger screen. And I get that, but I'm not like, it's like, damn, a bigger than 65-inch screen. Dude, if this was 25 years ago and you're like, you're gonna have a 65-inch TV, I'd be like, are you out of your fucking mind? You know, the projection TVs that we salivated over when I was a kid were not even that big, you know, and they were like $15,000 or something like that,
and 15,000 pounds.
Yeah, and they were ridiculous. My friend had one. We used to watch all the Islanders games there, and I used to love touching the screen because it was like that vinyl, like it almost felt like a record, you know, screen. Yeah. And so it's like, damn, I have to get a bigger TV than 65 inches. That's just fucking crazy to me, you know. It's not any other reason than that. It's like the money. It's like fine. Hanging it, we'll just have someone hang. It's like whatever. It's just, you're telling me I need a 75 or an 80-inch TV?
Yes.
What the fuck is going on here?
You could try a trip to the optometrist first.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
I'm just saying that might be another. I don't know what Micah's vision's like, but
Micah can't see shit.
Well,
you know?
Why doesn't she get LASIK?
I think she's scared of it.
Oh, I got it.
I would.
It's
be
awesome.
Too.
I did it.
Well, I don't know for sure. Hold on, let me ask. Mike, are you here? Can you come here real quick? Yeah, we'll ask her because I don't know the exact answer to that, because that is a good question. Because like when she takes her glasses off, she can't see. Like if we're in bed at night and we end up watching something, she has to put glasses on. I'm like, that's just totally foreign to me. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I do wonder if. Oh, where are you? Hi. Hey. Yeah. Why don't you get here's the mic. Where are you? I can't see you. I'm sorry.
Hi.
Why don't you get LASIK?
Oh, hello.
Hello.
I'd like to get LASIK, but I don't currently qualify. So you have to have no change in your prescription for 3 years. And that's never happened since I started wearing glasses in elementary school. Like my prescription gets worse every year. So I would have to have 3 consecutive years of no change in my prescription. And that's kind of what I'm waiting for, but it's just never happened. So I just don't qualify.
Micah, I made fun of you a second ago. So I have to ask, when was the last time you've been to the eye doctor?
Oh, I went like back in September. I go every 2 years, which is like when my health insurance covers it. So I get new glasses, new contacts when I need them. But yeah, my eyes just get worse and worse every time I go, basically.
Yeah.
We want you to be able to see the TV.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's what we want.
Bigger TV. Do it.
Dude, is that why you play on handheld all the time too?
Oh, it's part of it. Yeah. Like the text is so tiny, like from the TV that like, yeah, handheld works way better for me. Like I can't see shit otherwise. Yeah, it's a mess.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Micah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That is a legit excuse then. Not because she's scared. I know Chris is scared. Chris, just get your eyes zapped, dude.
I might qualify now. I didn't know. Did you that thing about needing 3 years of consistent prescription?
I didn't know about that.
I believe mine's been the same for about 3 or 4 years now. But
just go, dude.
I have the most basic eye insurance that doesn't even cover my visits. It's just like covers my contacts mostly. So
They might. It depends. Some of them won't. It just depends on your insurance. So they'll even cover it.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a lot if you don't have insurance.
It was. I think it was 5,000 when I did it.
Yeah, that's not so bad if that's
as bad as I
change
thought.
your life.
No, and it's like it was like 2,500 per eye. And I went to a very nice place, like expensive place too, because I was like, it's my fucking eyes. I want them to do a good job on
You
it.
don't want to fuck around with that.
Yeah,
The back alley,
dude. It was like one of the best decisions I ever made in my life. I'm so happy I did it. If you're curious out there, just do it, man. If you have the option,
do it, no balls.
Do it, no balls, dude. It takes like 20 minutes, and you just lay there. It's easy. Chris
said you can smell your eyes burning.
No, that's not true. I did not smell my. I will tell you though, when I got one of my eyes zapped, when they're zapping your eye, it was like I could see stars almost in my eye. It was pretty neat. Not scary though. And you don't feel anything.
The whole. I mean, I've said this many times over the years on shows, is that like losing, and I think this is the case for a lot of people, but like losing my sight, is like frankly like a suicide level thing.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Like I can imagine being blind if you're born into it, or if you're young, whatever, and get some sort of disease and you lose your sight. It's horrible. But as I've said, like I dated a girl whose mom went blind as an adult, and it was like. Part of the pun, eye-opening for me. I'd be like, oh my God. Like because people used to bust their balls. Like, you know, you got to like learn to live your life, and you got to like, she was like really depressed and stuff. And it's like, dude, you should leave her the fuck alone. You know, like what you wanted to do. She's like 50 something, you know, and suddenly you tell her she can't see anymore. But that's why I'm so thrilled that I was listening to something with Ray Kurzweil recently when we were talking about this, where it's like, we're not that far. He was saying that like, if you make it to the 2030s, like death will basically become voluntary and that like everything will be fixable. And I actually believe that like your optics will be fixable. And that's such an amazing thing because we're already doing it for people that can't hear. I love watching those videos of the people that hear for the first time and they just start crying. Like, can you imagine?
It's fucking awesome.
Like you don't really know what anything sounds like what sound really even is. It's like when you ask a born blind person what the color they see, and and Micah was saying this recently to me. It's like, imagine like you see nothing. It would be, I guess, black, but you wouldn't really know how to even describe it. You know, so that's just a horrible thing. So I guess what I'm saying is I understand being scared about that because if I woke up and they're like, oh shit, the laser fucking went sideways. Yeah, you know, it's like, and you're done. It's like, oh great. So put a bullet in my head.
Well, they do one eye at a time, so maybe they'll just go blind in one eye instead.
Yeah. But I've heard many success stories, and and in my own anecdotal experience with my friends and people in my life, I've never heard any negative things about it either.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, it's the best. Take care of yourselves out there, right?
Yeah, please do.
Don't delay. It's from Treeland. Warm-up question in regards to our Cobra leader, Colin. Deep podcast cut. What is your opinion of Altered Beast?
Is it a joke?
I don't know.
I hate Altered Beast. It's the worst game of all time, and I don't want to talk about it anymore. There's what was that? Sacred 200? No, it was just Houston. Yeah, the Houston show. I did a whole presentation on Altered Beast. So
okay.
So you can go because like it being rated as anything. Like when people bring up the Master System and Sega's arcade history and all this, they had some good stuff there. And it's like, and then they bring up Altered Beast, which was of course an original, like one of the original big hits for Sega in the West, and it's like, this game sucks. So if you think that, like, this game sucks in every way, so nothing redeemable about it at all. And so if you think this is like a marquee game, then you are really fucking out to lunch, aren't you? I feel bad for you. You can imagine why there aren't more people playing video games when these are the games they were exposed to.
That's true.
Like, of course you'd be scared away if someone was like, oh, come play Altered Beast with me. And you're like, this shit sucks. I'll just go play baseball. You know? Yeah.
I feel like with Altered Beast, people just remember the transformation or whatever, or the beginning. Was it like rise from your grave?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was a bunch of like really, really compressed voice acting in it. So anyway, fuck Altered Beast.
People
and
like
Treeland, fuck you for writing in about it.
Yeah, when people are on this show and they write in like deep cuts, I don't understand. I just assume you guys do, and thankfully you did know what they're talking about.
Oh yeah,
but get fucked, I guess.
Yeah, please do.
All right, let's talk about some video games actually that we've been playing. Finally, Dustin, Animal Well. This game, everyone's been praising it. Donkey's first published game. from Big Mode. It's finally here. Please tell me about this game. I don't know anything about it really. It just looks neat from what I've seen visually.
Brad, you would love this game. It's a
Okay.
Metroidvania game through and through, and it's awesome. I got interested in this game just because I wouldn't consider myself like a huge Donkey fan, but I watch his videos here and there, and I think they're good. I've always found that some of the criticism against him was always kind of silly because he's been through like different, really not weird controversies, but like when he announced he was publishing games, there were people that saying how, this might be ethical question or whatever, which is just dumb.
Ethical question?
Yeah, that was a whole dude. Danny O'Dwyer put a video about how is questionable ethics of him publishing games.
Why is that questionable? I don't even understand.
Doesn't Danny O'Dwyer basically do marketing documentaries for companies? It's like maybe chill on that.
Yeah.
It's been a while since that video came out, so I don't want to quote it.
Sure.
Right? I mean, but that's literally in the title. So,
okay.
But yeah, so I think it's cool that he went out and did this thing and found this game, Animal Well, that is developed by one guy, Billy Basso. He is the sole developer of this game, and it is absolutely fantastic to the point where I not only finished it, I got the platinum just a few days ago. And what I think makes this game really cool is I think that if you think of like a scale of a game where you don't want to hold someone's hand and tell them everything and make it too obvious on what you're supposed to do. But on the other hand, you don't want to be too cryptic and not explain anything. And on the surface, I feel like this game feels like when I first started playing it, there's no dialogue, just kind of puts you in this animal well, and you're not given any explanation of what to do. But I found that through just starting to explore, it became more obvious on what I was supposed to do. And even with that, it's the classic Metroidvania formula where you get to a point and you realize you've hit a wall and you're like, I don't think I can do this right now. I don't have whatever item or whatever in order to do this. So then early on, especially, it's like, I can just go a different direction. There's another direction to go in. And primarily this game, in fact, I would say this game doesn't really have any combat at all. You get like early on, an item you get is the firecracker. And so certain enemies, you'll have to throw a firecracker and that will get rid of them. But it's not even, you don't even have to throw it at them. You just have to throw it on screen and then that will get rid of the enemy. But as the game goes on, you get these other items like, and these ones are just early ones. So I'm not going to say like later game items, but one of the first items you get is a bubble gun that shoots out a little bubble that rises up and you can use that as a platform. But what gets interesting is that there are fans that can push the bubble up. So you kind of create your own platform to go up and down, things like that. There's a yo-yo that you can use that you can use it to destroy different spikes. You can use it to control some of the animals in the well. So through all these items, you're able to traverse around the world quite a bit. And I mentioned how it's low on combat, but it makes up for that in that it's primarily a game about platforming and puzzle solving. Okay. And that kind of concerned me when I started because I'm kind of in line with Colin where puzzle games are kind of mixed for me. I don't like feeling frustrated and not knowing what to do often in games, or like getting to a puzzle where you're like, well, I have no clue what to do. So I've tried everything. I have to look it up, something like that. So early on, I tried to make a rule that I was going to play through the whole game without looking anything up. And I nearly completed that goal. And that's coming from someone who does it, especially in Metroidvania games. It's like, man, I have no fucking clue what I'm supposed to do right now. Like, I don't know. Am I missing an item? Do I need to do something else first? So I specifically tried to not look anything up. The only time I looked something up was there was this one puzzle that was kind of extensive in what you needed to do. You needed to go to multiple areas and do a few different things. I was pretty sure I knew what to do, but it was pretty difficult. So I was starting the process of doing it and getting better at it. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to make sure that this is what you need to do, because if this isn't the solution, then I'm going to waste so much time attempting to do it. And it turns out it was the right thing to do. And it was maybe the hardest thing to do in the game, at least in the standard portion of the game. So yeah, that was the only thing I need to look up. As far as the platinum, there are different eggs you find throughout the world. Those are kind of the secrets in the game, and you need to get all the eggs in order to get what is called the true ending after the initial credits. And I got pretty much all of them on my own. I was getting towards the end of the game where there's all these eggs, and there's like a few different things you can do to give you kind of hints on where they are. But I was getting to the point where I was roaming around the map just senselessly because I had, I think, 5 eggs left. It's like, I maybe could find these on my own, but it would be a very long, boring process. And so what I did was I just looked up their spot on the map, and then I would just go and look around that spot and then try to figure out the rest on my own. So you could say I cheated a little bit there to get all the eggs. That's fine. But the thing that really had me really attached to this game was, as I mentioned, it's a world that it has like a loose story of a plot that happens, but it's, there's no dialogue. And so it's really about the world itself and the feeling, and the different animals you find. And one thing I mentioned on Sacred was that I love that this game has a lot of cute little animals that you'll find, like, oh, here's a little duck, or here's a chinchilla, and they're very fun. And if you like animals to some degree, it's very cute going and seeing all these animals throughout the well. But there are times where you run into an animal that is honestly kind of scary through both what they do and the different sounds they make. This game's sound design is really cool. So in a little bit, I wouldn't call it a straight up horror game, but it does have a lot of creepy elements to it. So it has a nice mix of like, oh, it's cute, it's kind of creepy. I really enjoyed that aspect of it way more than I thought. And if you have an OLED screen to play this on, you got to. That's like the absolute. It's either Switch OLED, Steam Deck OLED, or if you have an OLED TV. I played on PlayStation 5, and it really, really looked.
Did you
amazing.
Get it through PS Plus?
No, I just straight up bought it. I considered it because it was the same price to buy it as to upgrade my subscription for the rest of the year. And I was like, I don't want to mess with that. I'm just gonna buy it. There's nothing else on PlayStation Plus Extra I really needed. So,
yeah, I was just curious. There's nothing that's going to get me to upgrade to those tiers, no matter what, because I do want to own the games that I buy. Right. I own them digitally, but I like buying them and showing that support or whatever. I did think it was $22.49, I think, something like that, which I think is discounted from $24.99, and that seems a little steep to me, but I bought it. Whatever.
Yeah.
How many hours did you spend with it?
So beating the main story, whatever you want to say, to the first credits was about 6 to 7 hours, I would say.
Oh.
And then the full game to get the platinum was, I think, around 12. I think. And it would have taken me longer if I wouldn't have looked some things up. But what's shocking to me now is I was watching some YouTube videos about different, like, top 10 secrets in Animal Well, just because I thought, I wonder if there's anything that I haven't seen in this game. There are secrets in this game that the community is still trying to figure out. Like way crazy. I didn't even feel bad watching this video because I'm like, I would never figure out some of these things. But there's like a puzzle that involves like 50 different people needing to work together in order to solve in this game, which was pretty neat. There's one that involves like coordinates and an origami puzzle that you actually can print out yourself. It kind of reminds me of, if you guys remember that game Fez, and some of the more cryptic and off the wall puzzles in that game as well. The thing is, though, not all of the puzzles are cryptic and crazy. Some of them, and I think Chris said this on Sacred, was that there's a lot of puzzles in this game that feel really confusing and weird, but have just enough hints and clues that you can figure it out and you feel amazing. You feel like the smartest guy ever after you solve some of these puzzles. So it has that really nice balance to it. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I didn't touch on.
I have a question about the platforming. So there's no combat in the game, which is totally fine with me. The platforming, is it like very challenging platforming, like Guacamelee 2 or Celeste?
I would say there are parts that are very challenging.
Okay,
but it's
cool.
not as hard as Celeste, I would say.
Okay.
There's a lot of times where as you get more items that it will start to have puzzles that involve using multiple items at once. And so it's mainly a process of figuring out what order to use the items and how to use them.
Okay.
Which gets really cool and interesting. But yeah, there's some platforming that are like very traditional, like you got to jump between these two platforms and then jump up here and maybe get a running jump. But most of them, I would say, involve using items specifically. So,
damn.
But yeah, Brad, I think because I know I've played a bunch of different Metroidvania games.
Mm-hmm.
Some that did not look appealing to me really at all. Yeah, I would say like I'm not a huge. There's many Metroidvania games that I've liked, but I'm not the type of guy that I'm going and seeking out obscure ones because I don't think that I mainly just stick to the ones that people say are like the best or really good.
The Hollow Knights and all that stuff.
Right. And I just reinstalled that game the other day.
Oh.
I never beat it.
Did you ever play Time
you never
Spinner?
beat it? Me?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I did. I reviewed it for Easy Allies, actually.
Yeah, Dustin, if you're looking in for
Spinner.
like if you're feeling fucking froggy right now, you should definitely play Time Spinner. That game rules.
I remember this game. Yeah, this was
that's the last like
2018.
indie one, like indie style one. It's probably 5 years old now. Like where I was like, yeah, this is dope. You know, because I think it's a pretty crowded space now. Unfortunately,
it is. Did you play Blasphemous, Dustin?
No, I didn't play that one.
Oh shit. Okay, Blasphemous 1 and 2 are excellent.
Yeah,
I highly recommend those.
But yeah, I saw a theory the other day too, which I think is worth bringing up. So one thing in this game is that it has touchpad support, that there's little like different like lights dangling or different vines and stuff like that. And when you touch the touchpad, it actually moves those vines. And so there are, I think, a few puzzles that involve having to use the touchpad. And on the Switch, you can use the touch screen. And then on PC, you can like use your mouse to do that. And that's a theory about why this game isn't on Xbox. Or at least part of the reason is that they don't have any kind of touch.
I didn't even realize that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just looked at it. Yeah, it's not on Xbox. It's on Windows and Switch.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Which that might be just a very small part of it. I'm sure the economics that we've talked about with Xbox might be part of the case too. But yeah, I was really impressed with this game. Very surprised by it. And just the fact it was made by one guy, and it's so dense, just through all the different eggs, the items, and I really recommend don't look up the extra secrets until after you're done with the game, and you might have fun finding them on your own. But there's some in here that are crazy tough, and they're optional. They're optional for the platinum, which is cool.
Yeah. I don't really know anything about this game. I've only seen a little bit of it, but it seems very interesting. And
that's good.
To hear you praise it so much definitely is bumping it up my list, because I know you're not huge into Metroidvanias you were saying, so gets me very excited. Colin, you were playing a little bit of this too, weren't you?
Yeah, I played it for about an hour. I bought it yesterday, and I was done with. I was playing Stellar Blade, and then I was, which I'd like to get back to for the platinum, and then. I had to play something which you guys will see in the coming days, which I won't discuss here, for Knockback. Although if you look at my trophies, you can see what it is. And then I just was like, I have free time and I don't really know what I'm going to do. I didn't realize System Shock came out actually, or is about to come out. So I might pick that up as well. But and play it with a guide probably, because I hear it's really frustrating if you just try to go in blind, and I'm just too stupid for that kind of shit. Animal Well. I haven't played enough to really render any sort of meaningful verdict on it, obviously, and I'd like to see it through, because I do like my Metroidvanias. I like Metroidvanias that try to do something a little differently too. Although I like my conventional Metroidvanias, my arcadey Castlevania style Metroidvanias, which is what Time Spinner very much is, or whatever. And then you have like your really difficult shit like Hollow Knight, which was also super good. Blasphemous, I played a little bit of the first one. I wasn't really crazy about it, to be honest. But I think it was just too hard. Where I'm like, eh.
Yeah, it could be hard.
But maybe it's just a get good situation. But here's the thing about this to me, and I wonder what you guys think of this. Is this too much? My tolerance for pretentious games is really low now. It used to be much, 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 much higher, where games that were bucking convention and wearing some pretension on their sleeves, I thought was actually quite refreshing. I think Limbo is a really great example of that. I also think Gone Home is a really great example of that. And there's just something about another weird game begging you to do a bunch of weird, like discovering things or whatever. I'm just like, maybe I'm just not into this style of game. I wrote down some games that it reminded me of. Some of them that I liked, some of them that I didn't, but just in different ways. I do like the idea of challenging the conventions of Metroidvanias with length. I knew that the game was short. It was one of the things that was attractive to me about it. Metroidvanias are not usually very long, but I would say 15 to 20 hours is a pretty normal time. Unless the last ones that were shorter than that were excellent were like the Castlevania Advance games and stuff. And it reminds me a lot of a game my friend Jules Watson made, which is on all platforms, called Zeo Drifter. It's from 2015, Xeodrifter, if you want to check it out. And that game was a really short Metroidvania, so it kind of spoke to me in that regard. I was like, okay, cool. That's cool. It also reminded me a lot of A Boy and His Blob, the NES game from David Crane, where there's like it's like, we're not going to tell you fucking anything. You just figure it out or you don't. There's no hints, right? Like just discover and explore and figure things out and waste your time and burn out if you want, but we're not going to tell you anything. And it reminded me a lot of that. And then it reminded me a lot of Hotline Miami in the sense that it's like really reductive graphically, and there's some really intrinsic beauty in the way that it's portrayed by being so reductive. One of the cool little factoids that I'm sure you guys have seen is how small the game is. And you might have even noticed this when you downloaded it. It's only 100 megabytes on PS5. And that's about as small as you can get a package file on PS5. I was reading that a majority of that package file size is the stuff that has to be included, like the trophy overlay and all the rest, that the game is incredibly small. And I know this from releasing our own games, that it's just hard to even make games that are tiny actually render tiny. So there are like cool little touchstones that I brought out from it, but I'll reserve like full judgment of the game until I beat more of it. I don't know. I don't vibe with, like, I remember playing Hyper Light Drifter and feeling the same way, where it's like, I don't vibe with games necessarily that are just like so stripped down. Like, what is it that we're really doing here? It's not simple. Simplistic's good. And again, I don't always play games for fun. I say that all the time. I don't always have fun playing the games I like. It's an experience. I'm looking for experiential things. I can feel like this game's going to frustrate me just based on my first hour with it, but we'll see. So I don't want to say much more.
I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with just not being into games that take like that approach that Animal's doing, like wanting you to put in like some maybe extra effort into figuring out stuff, and they very much want you to experiment and mess around. I think that's fine if you're not into that at all. I don't play games like that all the time, so maybe once a year I'll do something like that. So this might be the one for me, Dustin. But yes, Colin, there are a lot of pretentious games out there that just go for the pretentious part way more than others. And it does turn me off.
We have our one-man Metroidvania that wasn't pretentious, and that's Axiom Verge, right? And which was fucking awesome. That game rules. And I don't know. It's funny to see history. You're in the space long enough and you just see history repeat itself, over and over again in all these different spaces. But now there are 15,000 games a year. So that's the only difference.
There's a lot.
Literally 15,000.
Yeah, it's insane. Jonathan Gold wrote in, Dustin, do you feel like the lack of hints and tutorials in Animal Well helps the game or hurts it? I think I may fall off because the majority of my time spent in the game has been easily going from one room to the next, only to hit an area that seems impossible. Maybe the puzzle nature of it was undersold for me. This game doesn't teach you anything. The atmosphere and sound design are incredible, but the constant feeling of being stuck is getting to me.
This is a strange write-in for me, because normally I feel like I'm the guy that is stuck and can't find anything, and I didn't really have that problem with the main portion of this game. It's really, when I think about like what is the main objective, which I won't say technically, but it's like if you've played a Metroidvania game, which maybe Jonathan hasn't, it's pretty obvious within the first bit of like, okay, this is the things you need to do to get to the end of the game. And a lot of times, like I feel like when I got stuck in a room and couldn't think of what to do, it was mainly a matter of just like testing my own patience to just be like, okay, well, I can't just zoom through room to room to room. Sometimes I need to stop and actually like, okay, what are all the elements in this room? What is presented before me? What tools do I have? And is there some way that I'm not thinking about in order to use them in some combination to get to the end? And I found that the times that I just slowed down and really looked at and broke it down piece by piece, I was like, oh, I think this is what you need to do. And that's where like the eureka moment that Chris was talking about, that's like, if you can figure it out, then it makes for a really satisfying experience. And I will say that I think overall, I don't think there is a strong order. I think there's a lot of things you can do right off the bat. It's not like, oh, this is the golden path. You have to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or whatever. There are certain things that are definitely going to be blocked off from you if you don't have certain items, but that's just kind of the way of the Metroidvania. So I don't know what your experience is, Jonathan, with other Metroidvanias, but even the much more limited experience had me equipped for this game.
Yeah. Don't give up, Jonathan. You can do it. This is from Alec. Hey guys, question for Dustin. Is Animal Well one of the most beautiful 2D games ever made? From the impressive physics on things like the vines to the amazing sound design to the insane amount of detail in the environment and animals, I really haven't been this impressed by a game in this way for a long time.
Yeah. Colin brought this up, that I love that you're able to take a game that is very, when you think in terms of like a resolution of the sprites themselves, pretty low. But this game clearly has a very unique style. And it's fun. I remember at one point, I think I was in high school or college, like I was trying to make my own pixel sprites of characters. And that gave me a whole, like a new level of appreciation for people that make sprite-based art, because you have to make something that has some level of detail and character to it in order to make it unique with just a very small amount of a grid of squares, really, to some degree. And yeah, Animal Well does come together in all these different ways, whether it's the color palette is, all these blues and purples and greens, along with like, I mentioned this game being great on OLED. So like very inky, black, dark sections of the game in contrast, and the sound design. Oh, and that's one thing I didn't mention too, is just that this game, I highly recommend playing on PlayStation or on PC, which I think you can also use the DualSense support. The DualSense support in this game is awesome and totally adds to the immersion. I've actually been more and more thinking like, man, the DualSense in the games that really take advantage of it. And this game doesn't even use like the adaptive triggers, but like the different feeling of walking around, the way that certain items feel, very immersive. So yeah, all these things really come together. Is it the most beautiful 2D game ever made? Probably not the most, but certainly in my mind, one of the most unique and maybe one of the most beautiful when you add together all these different elements.
Yeah. Colin, what's the most beautiful 2D game ever made?
Oh my God.
That's a good question.
Symphony of the Night, maybe.
That's what I was going to say, maybe.
Yeah, that's a beautiful game.
2D. I mean, oh my God, you have the world. I mean, there are a lot of them, but I would say Symphony of the Night would be would be up there for me.
What about
yeah.
Dragon's Crown?
Yeah, Dragon's Crown. Maybe anything Vanillaware would be interesting. Because like even Muramasa would be another beautiful 2D game. Yeah, I mean there are a lot of them. I just think I find pixel art beautiful. So like anything, obviously 2.5D is not going to fit that bill. And then a lot of 2D games just use a more illustrative style, which is fine. But as far as pixel art, which I think is the most beautiful way to render video games, I just think that game is untouchable. Just everything about it, the animations too. The animation of Alucard backing up when you back away from an enemy is like one of the most beautiful animations ever. It's so awesome.
A 2D game that I don't think gets enough praise, and I'm not even super into this series, but anytime I see it, like I'll play this at an event if they have arcade machines, is Metal Slug. The pixel art in those games, SNK, during that Neo Geo era, their pixel art was top tier. Something very special about those games overall.
What do you mean you're not into Metal Slug, Dustin?
I haven't really played them that much.
Okay.
Like I never had them growing up. I play them at an arcade when I get a chance, but I've never sat down and be like, I'm playing Metal Slug 2 all the way through or something like that.
You should.
I should. Can you play those on? Well, I mean, I have many ways Steam to play.
Yeah, they're on. There was a bunch of them on Play. I think they released a few of them on PlayStation, and even Vita, I think, got some of them. Dagan's a huge SNK nerd. If you ever want to talk to him about it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Did he play King of Fighters, the new ones?
No, he's not. I don't think he's played many of the new ones. He's still like when I go visit him, he still plays like Samurai Showdown 2 and shit.
Cool.
Does he have a Neo Geo?
Awesome. His friend PJ had one. The guy that's on the shows. Yeah, as far as I know. That was my exposure to a lot of
shit.
Yeah, Neo Geo.
He tells a story too about how he was offered when he worked in Philadelphia. I don't know, some time ago, 20 years ago, someone was like just needed money and like offered him like a ridiculous deal for like just like he needed money and it was like just here's the Neo Geo and a bunch of games and Dagan just didn't do it and he was like, I was so fucking stupid.
Damn.
Because our exposure to Neo Geo primarily was in the arcade, specifically at a restaurant called Ground Round on Long Island that had like the classic Neo Geo machines where you can like put your memory cards in them and stuff like that. And and it always have a selection of really interesting games. And they always, during that era, especially we were playing SNES at that time, it was like, wow, what is this? And then you realize it's like a $1,400 console or something with $400 games and whatever. No one has one.
Those are the huge games, right? They're like the cartridges.
Humongous. They're big, chunky boys.
Crazy, dude.
Hundreds of dollars now too. Like, well, I mean, every console has games that are hundreds of dollars, but like Neo Geo collectors, you've got to be making probably 100+ figures or more. Honestly, if you want to have a Neo Geo collection, it's insane.
Yeah, shout out to my old coworker Don Casanova.
Dude, Don
Neo Geo. Yeah, he loved Neo Geo.
Shout out
talking about Neo Geo all the time. He's a big fan. This is from Nathan Densley. Dustin, Animal Wells visuals look trippy but hard on the eyes. Did you find you could keep playing it without being bothered? And how are the secrets in the game?
Hard on the eyes.
Did it hurt your eyes? Yeah.
I would say that if you're epileptic, you shouldn't play this game. Because when you die, there's a really bright flash. And there's I mentioned the firecracker. When you throw out the firecracker, it flashes a ton. So I guess if you are bothered by flashing lights, this game might not be good. But I didn't find it. I thought it was, as we just mentioned, talking about the art style. Like I loved seeing and discovering new things in this game. And when I was playing this, a lot of times Holly was sitting beside me on the couch, and we were always like, "Oh, look at this ant! Look at this kangaroo! Look at this chinchilla! Look at this guy! Look at the." It was always fun to see what animals were sometimes just hanging out in the background, but many of them you interact with. And then secrets in the game, and we talked a lot about the secrets.
Yeah, secrets sound fun.
Yeah.
Speaking of flashing lights, Dustin, when I went through Evangelion recently.
Oh yeah,
there's some big flashing lights in that fucking thing. I was like, holy shit, dude.
We haven't talked about End of Evangelion yet, except for you messaged me about one scene that happens at the beginning of the film.
Yeah, maybe everyone knows.
The second most iconic scene of that film. It's an experience. We got to talk about that soon.
We will. It sure was. All right, boys. let's talk about what I've been playing. I've recently I revisited this week one of the great games of all time, an iconic game. We've all played it. We all know it. I had not played it since I think 2007 or something like that, though. So it had been a long time. And that was Metal Gear Solid. So I revisited Metal Gear Solid before 4 came out, whenever that was. That was like 2007 or 8 or something like that. I played through all of them. And I had not played it since, so I decided to go back. I played the MGS4 collection, the Metal Gear Volume 1 collection. Metal Gear Solid still holds the hell up. It is still an incredible video game. It's insane playing this game and thinking about it came out in 1998 with how good the voice acting is. When I compare this to games at the time that had voice acting, like, I know it's an extreme example, but I think of Mega Man 8. It's just like going from Dr. Wily and to just fucking the voice acting.
How did that, dude? That stuff is. It's funny because as we get older, that's going to become less and less iconic to the point where people don't know what you're talking about. And anyone that's never seen Mega Man 8's cutscenes need to. Mega Man 8's a fucking travesty. I hate that game. And I was in 7th or 8th grade when that came out. I was in middle school when that came out. I remember I was in Catholic school, and I was like, even then I was like, this shit sucks. And I didn't like Mega Man 7 really either. So it was like I was kind of like, damn, dude. Oh, what a disappointment that was. Some cool designs in the game, though. Swordman was really cool.
Yeah, wait, did you like Mega Man X, though?
I liked X, X2, okay. X3, and X4 to an extent. By the time it got past that, I was just like...
X4 is my favorite.
Yeah, X4 is really strong. That's Magma Dragoon and all those, right?
Yeah.
The X games are great. But yeah, Mega Man had a really dark time for a while. I think Battle Network, for me... Well, Legends to a degree, although I think Legends is like mega, pardon the pun, overrated. Well, it was really Battle Network that brought me back into the fold of being like, oh, this is cool. But even that stayed too long. Star Force wasn't really very good. And then finally Mega Man 9. You know.
I never played Battle Network games. Never played them.
There's a collection.
Yeah, I know. I remember seeing it. I was like, what the fuck is this?
It's cool. It's like a very primitive card-based role-playing game. They're very straightforward, but they're pretty deep. It was like it was the Pokemon era. So it was
there's kind of 2 versions, right?
Yeah, it was right, exactly. And it was that started with the 3rd one, I think.
Okay.
But they came out every year. There was a Mega Man Battle Network game every year, and then into Star Force every year. So that was like 12 straight years of those games.
Damn.
But yeah, so you're not really missing anything. Battle Network is what I would consider the 3rd best Mega Man after Classic and X.
Mm-hmm.
What we need is we've said this before, the crossover game between Classic and X.
What you want, like Sonic Generation style, like we have X and Mega Man together?
No, rather those games take place in the same universe. And
but X and Mega Man are different characters,
right? But we don't ever see the in between space. Mm-hmm. There's an implied like light goes away, dies, buries all this stuff into and designs all this stuff, and there's really no the Mavericks take over and all this kind of stuff. It's kind of an interesting idea because it's a futuristic look at a futuristic look. In other words, Mega Man's in the future, and then this is in the future from Mega Man. Mm-hmm. And I thought that was kind of cool. Even as a kid, I really dug that. But and Mega Man X is like the first one to me is iconic. Like an iconic.
Yeah, Mega Man X1 is super good. Awesome game. But anyways, Metal Gear Solid, yes. Yeah. No. Yeah, no, I want to talk about Mega Man 2. I just think Metal Gear Solid 1 is just such a small little perfect game. I think I played through it in 8 hours this time around, just going through, taking my time, trying to get everything. And Shadow Moses is just such a cool setting. This base, I think it's in Alaska, sneaking in with Snake. The Foxhound unit, just awesome. Everyone in the Foxhound is so cool. Psycho Mantis, I know you love Colin.
Mm-hmm.
And just all those rad moments. Like, this collection's interesting because obviously it can't read your memory card, like it did back on PS1, but you could do stuff like modifiers for it, like settings in the menu to have it do certain things. So it can read certain games. Like I think it could still read Castlevania if you wanted to and stuff like that. And the part where you have to like switch the controller to port 2, you can just do in the menu now. So it's they at least thought about all that stuff in there. So I was very thankful because you got to have the option to be able to do all that stuff. You just got it. But it's funny because I think it's so good still, but it does feel like a product of its time in some ways. I think just movement kind of feels a little stiff sometimes, because it is an old game. Some of the shooting is not as great. the perspective I think works well still, but I do lament being able to like see in a 3D space easier. When I think about like 3 Substance or whatever, they changed the camera and Metal Gear Solid 4, just being able to see everything easier. And I think it was weird to me. Shadow of Moses just felt smaller to me than I remembered it. I mean, it's still a good size, but I always remembered it just being way huger. I think I just thought the game was longer for some reason, but it's really not. But it's not a deterrent or it's not a negative to the game at all. I think it's just fine the way it is. And just getting to meet like so many of these moments that if you've played the Metal Gear games, like the first time Snake meeting Otacon, it's just like, wow, all this stuff just starts right here. Like Otacon pissing his pants and saying he's an otaku. Like I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about for sure when I first heard that. I'm like, what is an otaku? Just so much iconic stuff. The fight with Gray Fox the first time, when you're fighting him hand to hand, still cool, dude. It's like, hurt me, Snake, all that shit. Still really cool. Seek It Through is really fun. I think the key cards I remembered. The end of the game, there's a key card part, though, that it feels like max padding.
The hot and cold.
The hot and cold shit.
That part
it is
sucks.
The most padding in that game. It's really noticeable and really brings it down, especially right at the end of the game. But otherwise, I think just going through Shadow of Moses and how the enemy design is laid out and the level design, it all is really cool still. Because they always introduce new tools to you throughout your time. Like, obviously, you start with nothing, then you pick up the SOCOM, then you get the machine gun, then you get the Nikita missile that you, like, guide with the controller. All that stuff's really rad. Some of the boss fights are pretty goofy still and very PS1, like the fight with Raven in the tank, it's just kind of scuffed. The Sniper Wolf fight is like so hard unless you get the, I forgot the word,
diazepam or whatever.
Diazepam, yeah. You like just gotta find that in the cave and stuff. I missed it and I was trying to fight it without it, dude. I was just getting my ass kicked. But man, the story is so cool still. Stuff, man. Fucking nano machines, so awesome.
Hell yeah.
It is such a great game. I highly recommend it to everyone. It holds up in so many cool ways. Man, I just can't get over how good the voice acting is in that game at the time. It's so good. And just all the characters are so awesome. Everyone in this game is cool. Meryl, Revolver, Ocelot, Vulcan Raven, Liquid. Everyone is so great. Great narrative, great surprises. The codex system is so fun. I love that, being able to just call people up and having to like figure stuff out in situations, like getting locked in the cell and having to call Otacon and hide under the bed. So great. And I forgot that's the Johnny origins. If you've played 4, the poopy pants Johnny.
Yeah.
It's just like, man, he's come a long way. But yes,
Brad,
Metal Gear Solid, please check it out.
How do you find there's the point in the game where he says like, the codec is on the back of the box? Yeah.
So it's in like a menu also.
Okay.
In the game. You can like see the CD case.
Nice.
Because, I mean, obviously some of that stuff gets lost because it was so cool back in the day. Like actually looking at your CD case was awesome. And that gets lost, but they make up for it in ways they can. There's also a lot of cool like manual stuff in this collection. So if you want to look at all that stuff, behind the scenes stuff, it's all really rad. Obviously, it's not the best collection. We wish it ran at a higher resolution and stuff like that. But they've done patches, and I've heard they've fixed a lot of stuff that people had complaints with. So I still think it's a very good experience. I also died a lot this time around. I died way more than I thought I was going to. Harder than I remember. Some of the bosses, you got to be really careful about. Like at the end with Metal Gear, man, pretty tough. He's pretty tough.
Yeah, I love that first fight against Revolver Ocelot in the room where you're running around the perimeter of it.
Yeah, you just shoot him. Yeah.
Well, it's like the explosives are in the middle, right, with all the wires. That was like that game is so iconic. I remember so much about that. You were saying Vulcan Raven. I remember that when you were going around that corner and there's that light, and then there's a little Vulcan Raven statue on the ground. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, for some reason, that has always stuck with me as like some weird design quirk. It's a very interesting game.
Yeah. But it's like, if you haven't played Metal Gear Solid, man, do yourself a favor.
Definitely.
Play it.
Definitely.
You should absolutely play them. They're all great, in my opinion. They're all worth playing, at least the mainline ones. Like 5 is my least favorite one. I know you love that one, Dustin. But 5 is still absolutely worth playing, too.
Brad,
so check them out.
I replayed this game last year when I played through Metal Gear 1 through 4 last year.
Mm-hmm.
And what surprised me in going back to this game was that I think this was just lost on me because the first time I played it was in second grade. And then I don't know if I did a replay ever again, maybe once at some point between first grade and last year. But it was totally lost on me how much Metal Gear Solid is truly a sequel to Metal Gear. There's like a lot of stuff that, and I haven't played the original it's Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2, like Snakes.
And there's like a fake Metal Gear 2 as well.
Yeah, there's the fake one. But I've never played those. But when I was playing it again, I was like, oh shit, I gotta watch like a YouTube video in order to try to make sense of this lore. And by the way, Metal Gear Solid lore may be just as bad as Kingdom Hearts lore by the end.
But like, still awesome.
In terms of its insanity. But
it is insane. It is insane.
Yeah, absolutely is.
I don't even know all of it either because I didn't play 4.
You didn't play 4?
All the way through, no. I hated it actually when it came out.
Dude, what?
Yeah, I couldn't stand it.
I don't like 4 that much.
It was like, am I ever going to play? Or are you going to let me play? How many fucking...
There's a lot of cutscenes.
It was the same thing that turned me off. I remember from Xenosaga back in the day when I was like, that game, the first volume 1 came out of that in like 2003. And I was like, I brought it back. I was like, I'm not playing this.
Dude.
It's fucking insane.
Metal Gear Solid 4 is like the ultimate culmination of a series.
I'll get to it eventually. We'll do it for Knockback.
That's not the problem with it. That's what's so good about it.
Listen, the problem with 4 is that it's like it almost feels like a Metal Gear fan fiction that they're like, oh, we're going to answer every question that you've ever had about Metal Gear this series so far. To the point where it's like, hey, we're going to have a cutscene that's 20 minutes long in the last quarter of the game where we're just going to just info dump so much shit on you. Just comparing that to Metal Gear Solid 2, which is so pristine and perfect in how I almost kind of wish Kojima, I mean, I like 3. I think 3 is cool and adds a lot of cool context, especially for 2. I almost kind of wish that was the end. I feel
he
like
wasn't allowed to stop.
Yeah. I think that was
he was desperate.
Yeah.
To stop.
I will always have a bone to pick with Metal Gear Solid 2 because it was the biggest fuck you moment in gaming.
That's what's ever. It's so cool though.
Now it's cool.
What do you mean? Who you play as or what?
They're like, oh, JK, you're not Snake. You're not the fucking coolest video game character ever.
Yeah, they had like fake trailers, right? Which is really the first example I remember that. It's not the last, but
gotcha.
The Last of Us does that, you know.
But my hate for 5 overwhelms 2 greatly now, so it's okay. Because at least 2 had an ending, so that's fine. 2 is awesome. I mean, 2 is a masterpiece, in my opinion. The first one's really good, too. Amazing. It's just very nostalgic. Psycho Mantis is so awesome, though. You're right. You still don't believe me? I will show you my psychokinetic power.
Oh, you like Suikoden?
Yeah. I was blown away. Like, I remember because I had Azure Dreams on my memory card, which is like probably the most random of the games that he'll talk about. And he does say that you like Azure Dreams.
That is
and I'm
random.
like, Jesus Christ.
But
it is one of those games that was like, and not all these games where you look back at and be like, oh, maybe it's not as good as you remember it, but like one of those seminal games for me where it increased my understanding of what a video game could be. A very similar, a couple of years later, not even, was the original Medal of Honor, which was another one of those games where I was like, holy fuck, what is this? Like this, I remember taking it and I played that, but it's like, this is amazing. I've never played anything like this before. Metal Gear Solid is like 10 times that though. And I think the reason we didn't really care that it was short was, first of all, we were playing a ton of short games at that time. The only genre that was known for being long at that time was role-playing games.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
No one gave a fuck that it was short, and no one cared. And I don't remember anyone saying that at the time. It was so short. And
there's some replay value too, because you can get the bandana, you can get the suit, and the like the ranking system too. Right,
exactly. And how hard it is. Like I was reading the trophy stuff for the collection you were playing, and people are like, this is like impossible, you know, to like do some of this stuff. But it's the enemy designs and the storytelling. Like it's classic stuff about America, or really global politics, but American politics especially, with this like very outward foreign view of it. but someone who knows it really well and then understands also the conspiratorial aspects of American government to the point where it sounds like someone who's from Mississippi wrote this shit or something, you know?
Yeah.
And that was always really interesting and special to me. But yeah, it's the enemies that ultimately bring it in. That's why with Metal Gear Solid 5, which wasn't for me at all, but the best part of that game for me and and I played it for probably 20 hours or whatever, was seeing Psycho Mantis in the beginning, and how awesome that was. I was like, oh, and seeing him in like on a PS4 and what that would really look like. I was like, damn, dude, this is so cool. But yeah, the enemies are so great. Speaking of that, we showed this on Sacred Symbols. I don't think you saw it. This is not Metal Gear Solid 1, but 2. But someone sent me this. It's a signed photo that they got for me
it's Fat Man?
years and years ago. Because this guy died apparently like 8 years ago or whatever. I can't remember his name. But yeah, he's had it for me like since I was at IGN or something, and then finally sent it to me.
That's
awesome. This is Psycho Mantis is my second favorite Metal Gear Solid enemy. This is my favorite Metal Gear Solid enemy. He was making nuclear bombs when he was a teenager in his room.
Yeah. And Fat Man's a maniac.
It's the roller
He's
skate.
on roller skates. Yeah, I was going to say roller skates, didn't he?
Rollerblades. Yeah, because he was so fat he couldn't move. The fight is so funny because it's on like that rooftop or whatever. Mm-hmm. And he's just skating around. And he like skates behind you and you look and he's like just going right, like blazing by you. It's so... There's something actually cute about Metal Gear games, in my opinion. Like that are so thoughtful to the point of... There's very cool shit like Cyborg Ninja and very weird shit, like Vulcan Rave, and very sexy stuff like Sniper Wolf and the mystery metaphysics of Psycho Mantis and all of the rest. And that I'm a fan of taking just a little bit of supernaturalism and making it totally believable. And the reality is that the CIA was trying to do that kind of shit. Mm-hmm. Like they were obsessed with remote viewing, which do you guys know anything about that stuff? About
no,
like the CIA was especially fascinated with this idea that you could occupy another entity and do what you should read about it. What's something that's called remote viewing, and it's like seeing. Ultra? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and it's like seeing through the eyes of someone else, and they were obsessed with like spying in this way, and they could do it like that. That's why it's the same thing that makes Wolfenstein so good. It's like Wolfenstein is rooted in reality. Like the Nazis actually were completely obsessed with archaeology, and they like were completely obsessed with finding past relics of their greatness and all of the rest. And it's like, so take a little bit of that and you go crazy with it. And suddenly there's Nazis on Venus in Wolfenstein 2. Good shit. And the same thing here. It's like, love it. So Metal Gear Solid is a really, really special game. It has been years since I played the original one. I'm also a fan of Twin Snakes, I will say.
I've never finished Twin Snakes, but I remember the cutscenes were very over the top.
Yeah, it was weird.
Even more over the top.
It was weird. Everything about it was weird because of like, it was who did it in Silicon Knights, where it ended up, GameCube. Like it was all strange, but often overlooked, in my opinion. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Hard to get nowadays, probably, where you can't play it on anything else except a GameCube.
You could emulate it, but
I
think I bought it last year on GameCube. I want to say it cost me $80 or $90.
Jesus,
it's an expensive one.
I'll just have to come over and have a sleepover and beat it at your house, Dustin.
Dude, I invited you to my party this weekend.
I know.
You said no. You said you wouldn't fly out for it, coward.
No.
Oh, you having a party?
Yeah.
I'm having a party. You want to come?
You didn't invite me?
I'm inviting you right now. I saw Brad last night and I'm seeing you now.
No, it's
too late.
Too late. What is is it a party for you?
It's the opening of Summer Party where we watch So I Married an Axe Murder.
Oh, okay.
Is it
okay.
Actually,
really?
the first day of summer that you do it?
No.
It's not summer yet.
No. It happens at some point towards the end of May or early June.
Okay.
Every year.
Got it. Is that a Furman tradition?
Oh, yeah. For almost as long as I've been alive. It's been a Furman tradition. So.
Damn, that's sick. I like that. Oh, also, just quickly on this collection, there's all the VR stuff. There's a different version of Metal Gear Solid on here too. I'm not exactly sure what's different about it, but there was like a different. I forgot what it's called.
International,
like a different version.
maybe or something.
Yeah, wasn't there? There was a re-release, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember. Like, I can see the box art. I'm trying to remember what was different about it. Yeah, I don't remember. That's cool. Is Metal Gear Solid, or I'm sorry, not Solid, is Metal Gear 1 and 2 on this collection? Because I'd actually like to play those.
Yes, those are, I believe.
I love Metal Gear 1. Metal Gear 1's...
I've never played through those, so I would like to play them too.
It's it's fun just because you can see it all starts there. Like it's really funny, like how like the codec and everything all begins in this very primitive state. Dagan and I used to play the shit out of that first one. The second fake sequel was called Snake's Revenge. And that was a very like that wasn't so uncommon then sequels. Simon's Quest was one of those sequels where it was like we have to do something different. For some reason they Zelda just didn't understand. There was like something about there like we don't get it. We don't understand that you want more of the same. The only people that gave us more of the same was like Capcom with Mega Man. Mario changed.
Ninja Gaiden.
Oh yeah, Ninja Gaiden. So Tecmo as well. That trilogy is wonderful too. But yeah, there was a lot of that back then. So yeah, it fell prey to that. And I can appreciate that in some sense.
Sure. Yeah.
Because they didn't really quite understand yet. Yeah.
To change stuff up. I think that's totally fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, I did. I played some of the VR missions. Pretty fun, actually. I was having a good time. I mean, obviously it's not Metal Gear Solid, but it's still cool. I'm happy it's in there. So
I had that on the separate disc growing up.
Yeah. I didn't have that. I think a friend of mine had that, but really weird idea to do for a game, but pretty cool now. I hope Volume 2 gets announced soon. I wonder if it'll come out before Delta, hopefully.
Yeah, what would be on that? So we would get
Peace Walker probably, Portable Ops 4 and 5.
4 and 5?
Maybe they'd throw in Acid games. They're not canon, but I don't know.
That would be interesting. I would love for them to put 5 on native on PlayStation 5.
I mean, I think you would have to. I feel like it's the last Metal Gear game. It's a numbered one, so
yeah,
got to do it. Let's see. Grant wrote in, "Hey Summoners, just curious, what your first experience was like with Metal Gear Solid? I remember visiting my cousins when I was a kid, and they had gotten the game. My cousins didn't really let me play, but just watching it was incredible to me. It was like watching Die Hard or something, except the player could do badass action hero stuff like snap people's necks. Maybe the most revolutionary game I was fortunate enough to experience, and definitely one of those you had to be there kind of games." Metal Gear, I think there was a demo I played first, and it was just the beginning of the game. I think it was literally like, when you come up out of the water and then you go to the elevator. I think it might have just been that, but I'm pretty sure one of my brother's friends had it, and he brought it over, and I just beat it. He let us borrow it, and I beat it through that. Dustin, what about you though? Metal Gear first experience was Solid.
I'm trying to remember how we even got it. I don't know if there was a family member that let us check it out, and then we got our own copy. But I remember playing this a lot with my uncle, a character in the Furman lore I mention every once in a while, just because he is like 3.5, 4 years older than me, and so we grew up together, kind of like brothers or close cousins in a way. But we would play Metal Gear Solid. And I remember this was 2001 playing this game. And it's interesting just because I grew up playing Genesis and NES before PlayStation 1, obviously. But I don't know if it was the full weight of the game, of like how cinematic it was with the voice acting and stuff, because I was still pretty young. Like I didn't fully grasp it. I was like, well, this is groundbreaking. This is crazy what this game is able to do. But it's a game that's it's stuck with me ever since I played it. And I played, 2. I remember the demo specifically. The Zone of Enders demo.
Yeah.
And how hype that was. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's one of the earliest games that I remember really, really latching on to. And it's funny, you mentioned how hard it is, Brad. When I played it last year, I was like, I don't know how I was able to do this. I must have had a lot of help. Like my uncle was playing parts that I didn't know what to do, or I remember my dad helping me with the final Metal Gear fight.
Nice.
But it's much tougher than I remember.
Mm-hmm. Colin, what about you? First experience with Metal Gear?
Yeah,
Solid.
Metal Gear Solid, yeah. Metal Gear Solid came out right after my 14th birthday, the week after. And I had a few options of like what I really wanted to get for Christmas, or I'm sorry, for my birthday that year. And I always got like a game from my dad, because I would save my own money and usually buy a few games a year, rent games, and Dagan would give me some games. And then holidays, wherever. But I was spending most of my own money on like Star Wars figures and stuff at this time. So I ended up opting to get Tales of Destiny for my birthday that year, which is one of my favorite games ever. So I was happy to do that. And then, as I recall, I got Metal Gear Solid that Christmas, so Christmas 1998, because the really memorable, I mean, I remember playing it, but the really memorable thing I have is going to the mall the day after. As I've explained to people, that's when I finally got my DualShock controller. People will remember that there was originally an analog, it was like a dual stick controller for PS4 or for PS1 with concave sticks on it, like these plastic looking sticks. And it was like a very short lived, it wasn't the DualShock controller. It like didn't have any of the motion on, or rumble on it rather. And so I have this memory of wrapping these two games together or these two items together and coming home and really experiencing, you didn't have to have the controller for it, but it worked. And so that's what I remember about it. And it's such a brief game in really hindsight, like you said, and I played it so much that I really just remember so much about it. I don't really remember very many games going through them, and just like so much to remember. And I've remarked before that I've played and beaten games when I was a kid or when I was a teenager, and then I go back and play them and I'm like, I don't remember one thing about this game, but except for the fact that I owned it and I know I played it. So it sticks out for that reason. But for me, Metal Gear Solid 2 was the peak. And it was kind of not all downhill from there. I just kind of lost interest. I didn't like 3 at all when I first played it, when it first came out. And then I went back to it more recently and finally beat it in the last few years. 4 I didn't like when it came out, then never went back to it. 5 I didn't like. So it was, yeah. So I'm kind of, I'm washed out from this. From this series at this point.
Did you play Revengeance?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Ethan Barcelos wrote in, "Hey there, Big Boss Brad, Solid Colin, and Liquid Dustin. I finally played the mainline Metal Gear games up to Snake Eater for the first time via the Master Collection Volume 1. Rarely do I find that the title of Masterpiece is accurately attributed to a game, but in the case of Metal Gear Solid, it is absolutely deserved. My question to you three is regarding Metal Gear 1 and 2 on MSX. Now that they are easily accessible through the Metal Gear collection, have you considered going back and playing them? I found that they're very fun and add vital context to the story of Metal Gear Solid, particularly Snake's relationship to Big Boss and Gray Fox, which I would argue are important elements to the story. Not to mention how interesting it is to see the origins of key features of the Metal Gear franchise, like wacky bosses, the codec, hiding in cardboard boxes, and smoking cigarettes, and an insane but well-written story played completely straight. Thank you guys for all the amazing content. Hope you have a good one. P.S. Thank you for the birthday shout out on Sacred, Colin. Brennan, you're the GOAT."
Oh, this is the friend of the shout out.
Nice. Very
good. That's nice.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. Yeah, the little bromance brewing here. Happy to participate.
We talked a little about the Metal Gear 1 and 2. We want to visit them. I've never beaten them, so I would like to play them. Dustin, I think you're in the same boat too. But Colin, you've played them, right?
I never played Metal Gear 2, the real one, because it wasn't available to us at the time. I played the fake Metal Gear 2, and then Metal Gear 1 we owned, and I played that. And in fact, it's in my living room, but I have hold on, let me get something real quick. Give me 1 second. It's hanging up, and I think you'll understand.
All right,
Brad, to fill the air for Colin here, I remember when I really looked into these games that I was like, man, a lot of the original elements of Metal Gear Solid that I thought were the original elements were actually like the Reddit mentions. Just like, oh, we're going to take a lot of this stuff from the PS1 version or from the MSX and make it on PS1.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry to interrupt if you guys are.
Oh, you're good.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
My favorite ad of all time is a Metal Gear 1 ad, and I actually got
Gear Up.
Oh, that's sick.
Like
whoa, that is cool.
Yeah, this was in a comic book when I was a kid. I don't remember which one. And it was also like Nintendo Power and stuff. So I found a pristine version of it. And actually someone sent it to me, which I appreciate.
That's nice.
And I got it. My sister just like mounted it for me. So this is hanging in. Yeah, if you guys look up the Gear Up Metal Gear Ultra Games ad, because obviously Konami was publishing it under its alternate name to circumvent publishing rules on Nintendo famously. And that ad is my favorite.
How many titles were they allowed to publish?
5 a year.
5 a year. Wow.
So people would, so a few companies found like shell companies to get around that, which is so funny. But that ad is so good. And you'll see if you read it, that it's all of the items really, or many of the items that you would find in later Metal Gear games too. So pretty cool. Yeah.
Man, Metal Gear's cool. What a series. It's from Kazdin Risk. Hey, slippy, slimy, sloppy summonussies. This question is for Brad. On the topic of Metal Gear Solid, what's your excitement level for Kojima's next project with PlayStation? Sign it. Fizzant. Sorry.
Yeah.
Fizzant. Yeah, I don't know why I pronounced that word. Fizzant. Hyped? Not hyped. Interested to hear your thoughts. Cheers and take care of all. Take care. Of course I'm hyped. Kojima doing a new stealth espionage game. I mean, it's gonna be like Metal Gear. So yes, I'm very excited. I love Metal Gear series, so I'm very curious to see what he's gonna bring to the game. That game's far away though, so get ready to wait for a while. And I love Kojima's games, like I love Death Stranding, everything like that. So I'm very excited. Dustin, I assume you're excited.
Yeah, it is a matter of it. I understand Kojima. He a lot of times announce things way in advance, but
yes,
we still. I feel like we don't know a lot about Death Stranding 2. So it's hard to get hyped for something that's that far away.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I am intrigued because he has always been, I mean, clearly, if you follow him on Twitter and the people he puts in his games, very interested in film and kind of treats his games like films in a lot of ways. And this is going to be the next evolution of that. And so I'm curious. I feel like it's one of those experiments that we see other people attempt to do this kind of thing. It's kind of fallen flat in some ways. I know it's not to the same degree, but I think of the Remedy game Quantum Break, which was had live action stuff in the actual game, and it didn't really work for me. But if anyone has been gearing up in their career to do something like this, it's Kojima. So
it's Kojima, yeah.
Should be.
It's like his bread and butter now.
Yeah.
Cinematic telling like that. Will Norman Reedus be in it?
No. I think he'll keep Norman. I mean, maybe a side role or a cameo, but I feel like he's going to want fresh faces and
will it
keep
be
it separate.
Troy Baker? Will it be Troy Baker as the main character?
No. Dude, Kojima wants Hollywood people, I think. It's kind of even surprising Troy Baker. I think that he probably has a relationship with Troy Baker, and he's great in Death Stranding, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm guessing he wants as A-list as he can get possible for this game.
Yeah, you're probably right. All actors. Seems to be
Christian
kind of
Bale or something.
Whoa, Christian Bale, dude. Daniel Day-Lewis.
Daniel Day-Lewis.
That'd be insane, dude. All right. Colin, you brought a game called Sker Ritual. I don't know what the hell this is.
Yeah, I just wanted to. I haven't really played it much since I talked about it on Sacred Symbols, actually, but I wanted to just give it a shout out because I played it for about 10 hours. And I was just kind of clicking through PSN, and I was fresh off of I was fresh off of Rebirth, and I was gonna jump into Stellar Blade, and then I was like, I need a little bit of a break, like something. Is there anything out there? And there are so many games, even on PlayStation Network. Like I can only feel for people that buy games on Steam because it's a fucking nightmare scenario. But even on PSN, I find that I can never really quite keep up with all the releases. There's always something being added because sometimes, if you look at the chronological PS5 releases on PSN, there's like a lot of pre-order kind of sticky things there that are probably paid for. And then you'll find that games kind of just appear that are out right away that were never in that like wish list thing. And then it all just gets all mixed up. So I was clicking around and I saw this game Sker Ritual, and I was just watching the videos of it. The price was right. First of all, I think it's like $20 or something like that. And nice. I was watching and I'm like, first of all, I love first person shooters. It's one of my favorite genres. And I was like, oh yeah, this looks pretty fun. Now, what's funny about it to me is that I play it from a bit of a point of ignorance because the big market for this game, Sker Ritual, is Call of Duty Zombies players. And I guess in this zombies subculture, they don't really feel like they're catered to anymore. And so now there are a small grouping of games that are trying to do it for them. And Sker Ritual is actually a sequel, kind of, or at least takes place in the same universe as a game called Made of Sker, which actually my wife played, but I didn't play. And she was, as I was playing this game, she was pointing out some things that were like commonalities, some enemies and all the rest, but I don't think it's really important. I had no idea it was even a series of anything when I bought it. So I guess it shows how much research I do when I buy a game, which is very little. I bring up the Call of Duty Zombies thing because I think that this game is speaking to people in that way. And yet I don't really even understand a lot of the conventions of zombies. I actually have played Call of Duty Zombies. I don't remember it being like this. So it must be like a more primitive version of it, where I remember that being more of like a kind of like Left 4 Dead-ish, like you're trying to like protect yourself from an endless wave of enemies coming towards you in a static place. But and so I'm sure zombies evolved from that. I don't remember what version of zombies that was. That might have been like World at War or something. I have no fucking idea. I really don't remember. But this game presents to you 4 stages. I've only done 2 of them so far. And so what I'm describing, I assume, is like the Call of Duty Zombies more modern cycle. But you're really basically just thrust into these maps that are ultimately circular. And you're getting further and further into them and finding different paths through things. But ultimately, it's like one map and you can stay there indefinitely. And the only thing that's stopping you from staying there is that waves of enemies come and they never stop and they know exactly where you are. So like there's no hiding from you from them. Like if you're on the other side of the map, they're just going to come towards you. If you run past them, they're just going to all turn around and follow you to the other side of the map. And so I think this is the way zombies kind of works in modernity. And so it's less about like nailing things to fucking windows and trying to like protect yourself in that way, which is what maybe I'm just conflating it with something else, but that's kind of what I remember from zombies.
That might have been what zombies is like originally. And there's been so many iterations, I don't know.
So so in this first stage, you're in like this graveyard and this underground complex. And I fucking meant to write this down on Sacred Symbols and I totally forgot. It is hysterical to me, the things you have to do in the game to progress. Like I have no clue how you're supposed to know how to do any of this. I had to like look all of it up. And apparently this is a convention of zombies where it's like go around and like one of the steps is like now there are 4 statues that have appeared on the map. You have to, and with purple eyes, you have to go find the statues and shoot them. And like the statues could be like inside a house, like on the 2nd floor or something and all this. And then it's like, do this and do that. And then you have to electrocute these scarecrows. And then you have to destroy these random machines. And then it's like, I don't know what the fuck's going on, but you're constantly doing this as the enemy waves get more and more strong. And basically, at least how I understand it and how the way I played it and kind of saw much of the first map and did much of the first map. And like, you know, as far as collectibles and everything is, you're just trying to do it as fast as humanly possible because it just mitigates your risk. Dustin sent me a link of the new Summoning Salt video about Tetris, and the confines of Tetris are like what's most interesting about it. Like the game gets so fast that it's unplayable at some point. And so you're trying to race to that point by getting as much done before that point arrives in like competitive Tetris. And it's kind of the same thing here. It's like the same method. Is that if you're just waiting too long, you're just going to get fucking clowned out at some point. Because even when you're fighting the boss at the end of the stage, you're going to be attacked by waves of enemies still. And it's very strange, but it's new to me. So I've enjoyed it. It can be played online with up to 3 others. So 4 total in a map, I believe. I played it all by myself. It seems like the second map is way harder than the first map. And it seems like it's suggesting that that's really what it wants you to do. So I don't really even know if I'm going to mess with it much more. But I just found a few things interesting about it, what I've already described, but also that it's gotten pretty bad reviews, which I don't really understand. Like, I don't know why. I don't know exactly what people are looking for. I'm like, it's $20. The shooting's really fun. It's very arcadey and fluid. It's about replayability and repeating it and getting better and playing it on harder difficulty levels and doing it quicker and whatever. And discovering the mysteries. There are all these obscure mysteries. So people don't seem to like it that much, but I do. So I just wanted to, shout it out. I don't know. It's, I don't like emphatically recommend it or anything like that, but I don't think it's nearly as bad. It's got like the 50s or something. And I think it's mixed or something
on Steam. It's very positive.
Oh, very positive on Steam. Yeah. I think maybe it's the Metascore I'm thinking of is like I thought in the 50s.
Okay.
Maybe that's what
maybe it came out in like a worse state or something like that.
Yeah. The game. So this wasn't on PlayStation, but on PC that it was just the first map for like a year. And then they added like the rest of the game. So I think that might be some relic of that as well.
It's probably early access then at a point. So yeah, I'm looking at footage of it right now. It seems fun if you're into like zombies and stuff like that. Like I know a lot of people love zombies, so that's cool. Yeah, it's $25.
Yeah, $25. So yeah, that's a totally appropriate price. Like it's the same price as Animal Well. You know, no offense. It's like they're somewhat different games, I guess, but and it's very British. It's made in Wales. You earn in-game currency that are pounds. You use those pounds to like buy weapon upgrades and all of that. it's cool. Yeah, it's just
it looks fun to me. But
something to think about.
Interesting. Not a game I'd expect you to bring here.
Yeah, it is random. If you look at my trophies, you can see everything I play, and it is random, like amongst the catalog of games that I typically err towards.
I need to add you on PSN to see what you're playing.
Yeah, add me Long Island Viper. Do it. I think I usually have a maxed out list of just random people, so you just have to tell me, or I'll friend you. What's your name on there? I'll friend you right now.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Oh, you don't want people to know?
No, it's fine.
No.
It's just spelled different, and I always forget how I spelled it. It's Bradosaurus, but it's not spelled correctly. I don't know. I'll send it to you later.
Okay.
After the show, I'll remember. Let's see. Phantom Zen wrote in, yo, the Sums. Whoa, no one's ever called us that. First time writing into the show. So firstly, shout out to Brad for being an awesome addition to LSM fam. Just want to say thanks very much to our boy Colin M for reading my Sker Ritual write-in on Sacred. I generally LOL'd at him, making fun of the objectives like counting rats.
That's one of the funny ones. You have to find piles of rats and then count how many rats are in the piles and then use that code to like advance in the stage. It's fucking ridiculous. There's a lot of like randomly generated stuff like that, or not a lot, but a few things in each stage that ensures that you cannot master it. Like you have to do the legwork to figure it out. There's another thing where you have to like find a torch you have to like dig some guy's body up, find a fucking like a lantern in it, use the lantern in some room. The paintings each have numbers and pictures on them, like in invisible ink, and then you have to match them to like this puzzle. That's like one of the randomly generated things to make sure you don't just rush through it. Yeah.
Let's see. I've had a great time trying to beat the hardcore Easter eggs with my boys, and wondering if Colin has continued to enjoy his Call of Duty Zombies knockoff as much as I have. Much love, your boy Fat Z.
Yeah, I think I'm just transitory here. I don't think I'm going to be staying,
Yeah.
I don't know that it's really for me because it just seems so. First of all, the first stage is so easy for me now that I can imagine how much I can wreck it with 3 other people on probably the hardest difficulty level. But then I get to the second stage and I can't even do all of it by myself. Like it's too much. So I think it's just it's balanced towards that end, and I understand that it in some way keeps the game more vibrant by requiring more people to play. So I do understand that even from a marketing and viability standpoint, but it's a little bit of a turnoff for me. I wish they were all balanced the same way.
Yeah. Dustin, I forgot to ask, what do you think about this game? Are you curious about it at all? Does it seem interesting to you?
Yeah, I was looking at it when Colin brought it up on Sacred Symbols, and it definitely does seem like Call of Duty Zombies, which I fell off of that once it started to get crazy and weird. And like some of this stuff that it's like, I don't even know how you would figure this out. It sounds like this game has a lot of the stuff that made me not care about zombies at all anymore. So I was like, probably not my speed. But yeah, it sounds, if you're into Call of Duty Zombies, I mean, it sounds like a good option for those people. I don't even know, did Modern Warfare 3 even have zombies? They only do it every few years.
Treyarch does it, right?
Up.
Isn't it only Treyarch
now?
I don't know anymore, but I had looked it up, and I looked up what the most recent Zombies was, and it said Modern Warfare 3. But I don't know if it launched with it, maybe. I'm not sure. Call of Duty is very hard for me to keep up on. It's not a franchise I pay attention to anymore.
Yeah,
like the only reason I played some Call of Duties was because I reviewed them back in the day. Because, I mean, Call of Duty's good every time I play it. I just don't really care about it. We'll see with the next one.
Hold on a sec. I looked up your name because you put it here in the chat. Is it like is it like uppercase and lowercase letters, like intermixed? Because it has no icon for you.
I don't think so.
Maybe I spelled it wrong.
I was to say it's not spelled correctly.
Yeah, there we I got you. You have a persona icon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Brad's going to get so many requests now.
I'm going to add you.
That's okay. I don't really care. You can request me.
How do I do it?
Do you just add anybody, Brad, or are you?
Most of I used to just add everybody, but I've slowed down on it.
I used to add everybody.
It's gotten too much.
I used to add everybody, and now I usually I don't know whether to say no or just let him sit in the the request box.
Yeah.
I'm maxed out, so I don't think you. So you used to be able to have 100 friends. And Dustin, you might remember this because you were an IGN fan. Remember when we discovered that we were breaking PSN in very unique ways because our friends list were uniquely full? You know? So Sony started baking into their into certification testing PSN games with high PSN friend counts because Greg and I uniquely broke Dead Nation. And then we uniquely broke Tetris Ultimate and a bunch of other things by having maxed out friends lists when they were basically in test environments with 0 friends, so they would never have that load. But when you booted up Dead Nation, it would kind of ping to see if any of your friends played, and then it would just crater and you couldn't play it online. So they eventually fixed that, and then they increased it in the PS4 era to 2,000 friends, and we quickly reached that level, and it didn't break anything anymore. But what I have noticed is that I cannot receive friend requests as long as I'm maxed out, and so I receive them when, like, every once in a while someone will unfriend me. And then I'll receive a random friend request. So to make room for you, Brad, I had 5 friend requests. I accepted 4, deleted 1, added you. Now I'm back to 2,000.
Look at this. Speaking of the devil, this doesn't happen all the time. I got a friend request on PSN while we're talking about this. Let's see who it is. They're going to get shouted. They're going to get a blast here.
Oh, shit.
Hell LA Gamer wants to be... They didn't ask to just be my friend. They asked to be my close friend.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, when people... I draw the line at close friend. I only do people I know for close friend.
Right.
If I don't know you, no.
I don't even know what it means. But hey, nice.
It's like your full name.
Oh, okay. That's fine. I don't care. You have an impressive collection of trophies here.
What do you mean, like platinums or?
Yeah, you have like a nice 34 platinums is well above the average for platinum trophies.
Yeah, I only platinum games I really like too.
Yeah.
So
I'll have to examine.
I would say 80% of them are Resident Evil games and Souls games.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll have to examine that. Dustin, by the way, do you have something you want to tell me?
About what? What's up?
Uh-oh.
The Stellar Blade and Animal Well Platinums, are you doing something?
Oh.
What's going on here?
I almost thought about getting Braid also.
That's very interesting. Are you feeling the energy?
No. Because
Are you sure? How can that be?
Here's what, the Stellar Blade one, when I was looking, I was like, oh, this list doesn't seem too bad. There's not a lot of other stuff going on. I'm going to do it. Okay. That was the first one. And then Animal Well, also really easy platinum to do, which I wasn't planning on it. And then I was going around collecting eggs. I looked at the list. I was like, well, why not? There was a third game, though, that I just recently got the platinum for. What was it?
Oh, damn, Dustin.
I don't even know how this app works.
Oh, the PlayStation app?
Yeah, I'm trying
to view. I find it confusing myself.
Okay, here's Stellar Blade, Animal Well. Oh, Persona 3 Reload. So I've gotten 3 platinums.
Those are serious platinums.
Yeah,
I mean, Animal Well maybe not so much, but Stellar Blade Platinum is pretty serious. Persona is very serious.
Big boy platinum, yeah.
I have 23 total platinums.
That's very impressive.
What's your trophy level, Dustin?
347.
Nice. My trophy level is 420.
Oh,
sick.
Cut it off.
Blaze it, boys.
Cut it
off. I'm at 538 right now, but I never.
Yeah, I was gonna say yours is probably insane.
I never look at it though. Like that's not. Yeah, I'm not really. How do I put this? I can understand achievements a lot better than I can understand trophies if you're trying to just jack the number up, right? Like where you're just trying to be like, I just want the number to be as high as possible. I'm not saying you're going to play trash. I'm just saying I get that. It's like, that's the goal. Then how high is the number? For me, I want quality I don't mind if the trophies are easy to get. I just want games that I was going to otherwise play, which wasn't always the case. I've said before, I have 155 platinums and I'd probably voluntarily get rid of 20 of them if I could, you know, where it's like, why do I have this? I don't need this.
Yeah, you're doing like Hannah Montana and shit, weren't you?
Back in the day, yeah. And what's funny, dude, is Hannah Montana would not be considered an easy trophy game anymore. That was the funny thing about the PS3 era, was that easy trophies were few and far between. Remember that game Detuned? It was like that really weird PSN game that had like really ridiculously easy trophies and a few others, but easy trophy games were like 10 to 20 hours back in the day. And I didn't have that. I tried to get the Hannah Montana Platinum. I couldn't even take it. It was one of those things where I was like, I can't do this. But there were others, like the most painful was Leisure Suit Larry box office bust.
Oh,
that game was so bad, dude, that I have a memory of screaming into my pillow while playing it. Because we used to do a thing at IGN called the Trophy Horror War, and that was like when we were trying to do that kind of stuff. But in the late PS3 era, I was just like, I don't really want to do this anymore. I just want to go after trophies for fun. And instead of accumulating a higher number necessarily, I just want to have a good collection of trophies that show I play games. And that's what I'm kind of going for. So people think it's like some sort of e-peen sort of thing. And I'm like, not really. It's just, it's more of like a credibility peen where it's like, these are the games I've played. If you want to criticize me, just make sure, about the things I play or the things I say, just make sure you've played more than this.
Yeah.
That's
you
it.
You can see.
Otherwise, it's not. Like I interviewed people that were in the trophies at IGN, like where they would max it out and the max raise and then they would reach it again. And people cheat like crazy too.
I know.
With trophies. And on PSN profiles anyway, they get disqualified from the competition. But it seems like Sony doesn't care personally. So
yeah.
I don't cheat.
Anyway, no, I don't either. The only trophy that someone else ever got for me was, and we did a video about it, was when Chris got me the Titanfall 2 speedrun trophy, where it was like you had to do that trial in a certain amount of time, which I found totally impossible. And then Chris did it the first try.
That's awesome.
And got me the platinum trophy. And that's the only example of like someone stepping in for me.
Damn.
Yeah.
I haven't got a platinum in a while. The last one I got was Resident Evil 4 remake.
Oh, that's a serious one. Because you have to do the mercenaries mode or whatever, which is tough.
Yeah. No, mercenaries wasn't that bad. I used to have to play the game a lot.
Mercenaries wasn't bad. I remember playing it being like, I couldn't imagine getting these trophies.
I don't think so.
No,
I don't remember. I just remember like the most stressful ones are like speed run ones and like not using stuff. But yeah, Dustin's fucking doing work, man. I
am trying to get the platinum once I go for it, but I don't have an initiative to get more platinums this year. It's just
I just didn't know if you were feeling the spirit or whatever,
Well, 'tis the season, Dustin.
Dude, I'm 2 trophies away from the Braid Platinum, but
wow.
One of them is to speedrun the game in under 45 minutes, and that doesn't sound like fun to me. And the other one is getting the new puzzles in the commentary area, which I think I'm good. I don't need the trophy for that.
Sure. Yeah.
That's cool. Braid didn't have a platinum the first time, so.
Oh.
You think? I need that Rebirth platinum, but I'll take my time on that one. Nice and slow. That's the only one I need that I haven't done yet, I feel like.
Do you have a remake platinum?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Cool.
Rebirth's going to be a grind, dude. That's going to be... Yeah. I looked at that when I mean, it's the same thing with remake when I was like, I don't even care about the trophies in these games. I'm not even...
Yeah.
Just because it's...
Well, it's a joy for me. Yeah. It's a joy for me to replay it. I almost have 16s too. I could do that
16 I'm probably fast. The closest to out of those 3, but yeah, I would have to play it again, I think, to...
Yeah, I'm at the end. I'm like right before the final boss on the New Game Plus because I did the DLCs and everything. All right, it's time for Sort It Out! On this segment, we're just talking about something in the game industry that needs sorting. Something we're not happy with. Game company, human being perhaps, if you want to get crazy and personal. Dustin, let's start with you. Do you got anything that needs sorting right now?
I got to sort it out. I do. I posted about this on Twitter, and I got some pushback, some debate.
You don't say
about this.
Surprise.
So I went to buy. I was mentioning Braid earlier. I went to buy this on PSN, and I couldn't find it. I went to where the new game selection was, clicked it, couldn't find it. Scrolled through the list that comes up a little bit, couldn't find it. So I ended up searching it and found it in the store and bought it. So it was fine. And then I saw Jonathan Blow tweeted about it, that he was like, what's going on with this? That you click and then you view all, and it was at the very bottom of the list, the absolute bottom. I was like, this is fucked up because Braid is a very good game. It's its launch day, and it's at the very bottom of a list filled with shit games, the platinum flips. Much higher ranking above it. And so I shared a tweet about this, how it was messed up. And a lot of people pointed out, rightfully, that when you go to new games and then hit view all, it orders them by best selling and not by most recent released. I was trying to bring it up. I know Barry, who the audience may know, Barry from Lily Mo Games, he had mentioned something that this was a alternative because here it is. Because someone pointed out that it should be at the top, whatever. And I said, this seems like it might be a separate issue. I don't know what's going on. And Barry says, no, it's what they did as a response to the complaints about shovelware. Hide all games that are new released and make people work to find anything that already isn't selling well. They created this issue rather than solve the shovelware issue. They are both the same problem. I was like, oh. So Sony, I mean, this is multiple levels of sorted out. Sort out your shovelware problem, which we talk about this all the time on Sacred, and sort out the fact that these games are sorted by best selling. When I go to new games, sort it by new. This should be obvious. Now, and to be fair, Braid now, because of the sales, has risen up, and now it's among the higher parts. But Braid has a huge advantage of these games. Very well known, one of the best, most well known indie games probably of all time. But just a sad reality for people that may be making amazing games, and you don't have that built-in group of people that are just going to buy your game, that you're just going to be lost in the sauce. And I know that many of our audience, particularly those that listen to Sacred, have heard us say this a million times, but this was just a clear example where I knew about the shovelware problem. I've seen it many times, but then when I go to find a game that should be very popular, and it is now, like I said, but that should be easy to find, is difficult. And I was like, man, if you're releasing a new game and you don't have the built-in audience to boost it higher in those ranks, you're just lost. So sort that out, Sony.
They should do it so if you sort by new games, new releases, you should be able to do it by best selling and literally the newest ones that were added. You
can, and that's the thing. So on your main PSN's tab or whatever, you go down and it'll have new games, and that's where it'll show you, like right now, I'll say Stellar Blade, Fallout PS5 edition, other newer games. And then you click view more and it just auto defaults to best selling and then you have to go up and click new releases. Okay. So I have to agree with Barry here that this is I wouldn't even call it a Band-Aid on the problem, because it's not going to heal and get better. It's just like trying to hide this issue with their store. So sort it out, Sony.
Sort it out. Colin, what about you?
I'll get into mine in a second, but before I do, I just wanted to speak to Dustin's, if I might, in the sense that it's funny that I didn't see any of that with Barry, but it is something that really hurt us with Habroxia's PS5 port, because Habroxia 1, because Habroxia's object already existed on PSN for the PS4 and PS Vita ports or whatever. That's from 2019. And so when we released the PS5 port, they never updated, I guess, like a backend object release date for the PS5 version. So it never even showed up on that shit at all. And then by the time they fixed it for us, the game was old enough where it was just bounced down significantly. Again, I'm not saying Habroxia is like the best thing in the world. Habroxia is 25 times better than half of the shit that's on PSN. Just letting you know. And like our worst game, Perils of Baking, like the first game, is it's Barry's first game and he was learning how to do it. It's like, even that game is better, but like I could see someone looking at that and being like, okay, so that's the kind of game you're talking about. It's like, okay, fair enough. But everything else we've released since then, Habroxia 2, Super Perils of Baking, Twin Breaker, these are all well above the bounds to be on the store and are way better than most of the shit that's published there. And it's a shame that the geography is being taken up. The reality is that just in that sequential, or if you're not willing to pay upfront fees or create a different divide of fees for Sony on their rips, you're not ever going to get placement anywhere. And that's fine. We couldn't afford it. All of that is fine. But give us a chance, like in some sense. Like, what is the point? I have a really big problem. I had a problem with this before I was a developer. And people have been bring up, and I've brought up in the past, but it's been circulating a little bit more, that I had this old conversation at Kind of Funny with Adam Boyes, an industry executive who was at Sony at the time. Or no, he went over to Iron Galaxy, I think, at that time. And we had this pretty big argument about at that time. So this is like almost 10 years ago, where I'm like, there are too many games. Like, why aren't there more constraints on the PSN? And it's fucking hysterical that he pushed back at that time. I mean, look at how bad it is now. Anyone could see where it was going if they were just paying attention to other storefronts. And I I guess the biggest thing I'm confused about is what Sony gets out of being that loose. That's the thing I really want to know most about. There must be a reason that they're willing to do this. They're not fucking stupid, right? They'll make changes if they have to. They'll like adapt and whatever if they have to. And the PSN is so much better than it used to be. Go on PS3 sometime and remember how bad it is.
Ugh.
And how much better it is now. So I'm not like trying to demean their progress or anything like that. But as far as like, I appreciate that there's one libertarian utopia in games in what I would consider Steam, where it's like, do whatever you want, right? And you'll figure it out. We have such robust user tools and people who are willing to play everything. The good stuff will probably bubble up. But I think we're at a point now where good games are getting lost. I used to say all the time, like good games would, cream does rise to the top. But it's like, not necessarily, you know when a beam of light, a photon leaves the sun, is created at the center of the sun. It takes 10,000 years for it to emerge because the sun is so crowded with matter that it can't emerge, just bounces back and forth between shit for like thousands of years. It kind of feels like that, like where games could almost just never get out. And it's possible that there's a higher volume of good games than anyone can keep up with. I think that's true, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I also think you can make it a lot easier by having quality controls. And I've said this so many times, is what they should do is just hire an odd number of people. So 5, 7, 9, whatever. And their entire job is to look at everything that comes to PSN, vote as a group, not on if it's good or bad. Does it belong here? What do we get out of this? And what I keep telling people too is that I think people have this idea that when you put a game on PSN or something, you actually automatically sell copies, but you don't. Our poorest selling game is in the 5,000 units sold, which is bad. Mm-hmm. Games sell hundreds or dozens on PSN. And it's a disaster. And I don't understand. So I guess what I'm saying is, in a long-winded way, is each of these pieces of geography exist. The lower down the list you get, the more likely you are going to lose people's attention, right? So you have to value judge each square. And if you're selling 50 copies of a $10 game and getting $3 per copy, you've made a few $100s. Is that geography really worth that? It's the PlayStation Network. Mm-hmm. That's my whole argument, is just have some body internally that's not judging games based on anything else other than like, is this a game that belongs here? We can let the audience figure things out from there, but there's just some shit that doesn't belong here. And major initiative that I would take if I had this fictional odd numbered group is be like, the major initiative is you're going back and you're ripping shit off the PSN, like by the hundreds, if not thousands of games. So yeah, I wish Sony doesn't talk to anyone, and they're not going to talk to me, certainly. But I don't understand why they're not asked to explain this, and why they're willing to just let developers out to dry. Like, it's really hard to put a game out. We have sacred symbols to promote our games. That's why our games don't sell hundreds of copies and sell at least thousands. And that's why we've had games that sold 20 and 30,000 copies. You imagine how bad it is out there if you're just trying to release something good?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. This bothers me a fucking great deal. It bothered me as a fan, and it bothers me even more as a developer. It bothers me for totally different reasons because of how unfair and unequitable it is, as if we all put the same amount of effort in, as if all games are created equal. It's nonsense. Go back to the Nintendo thing of like, the Nintendo Steel quality didn't really mean much of anything, actually. There were horrible games that had the Nintendo Steel quality, like Deadly Towers, right? But they were trying with the publishing restrictions. They identified a problem during the Atari era, too much shit, and they mitigated it. And that's why the NES is the best. Because per capita, there are the best games on that console. Mm-hmm. You know? It's like, yeah, we have fewer than 1,000 games, and roughly 50 of them are classics. Right? Yeah. You can't say that for the newer console. So I'm sorry to go off on a diatribe there before I even answer your question, but I needed to say that.
Yeah, you got to get it out. But what needs sorting, Colin?
They're in the midst of sorting, it looks like, but it's like Microsoft. I know I'm picking on you all the time. Too bad. How is it possible that you were even having internal debates about Call of Duty being on Game Pass? That's insanity. Mm. You have to put it on Game Pass. You have to know. I said for a couple of years, I was like, I don't know how that is going to work out for you monetarily. Probably not very well. But you have to do it. If you want a use case, you are going to get the use case. There will be no going back. right? So the idea that they were just playing around with this idea of like, no, we'll spend all of this time and effort and money at getting this thing. We have this one track mind for games, and then we're just going to ignore that and just continue down this other path. It's like, you can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
The fuck are you talking about? You might not like the position you're in right now, but you made the decisions that got you here. It is a no-brainer to put Call of Duty on Game Pass. You have to. You have to. You have to. So now it seems like they're going to, but it was crazy to me that they never had that sorted out before they purchased it. Like, you think that would be like the question one, like, what do we do? It's like, well, we're getting this for Game Pass, aren't we? It's like, yeah, we're going to lose money probably doing that in the short to midterm. It's like, yeah, we know, but we have to get the numbers up. Right. So I don't think it's going to work out either way. It seems like they're going to raise the price of Game Pass to
new
accommodate
tier.
this. That makes sense to me. I don't.
Tier?
There's
That's
like the rumor.
That's the word. Yeah, is that they're going to have like
there's like the basic one, then there's like the console only or PC only, then Ultimate. So they're going to have 4.
Yeah, well, I don't know if the rumor was that they're going to numerically make another one or straighten these out in a different way.
Oh, okay.
So that there is the highest tier with the most access or whatever that would increase the price of that tier and accommodate Call of Duty and maybe some other things as well. But so it's not that they're making a bad choice by putting it on there. They're making the only choice. It's just crazy to me that they would not understand that they have to do that based on the economic situation they've created for themselves. They didn't buy Activision to continue to publish games normally. That wasn't the idea. I didn't forget. You got to do this. So as much as I think it's a self-defeating play in some part, you have to know. And I'm glad that it seemed like that prevailed, that wisdom prevailed internally at Microsoft. I get it. Bean counters are looking at the numbers and being like, Activision wasn't particularly profitable. It only made $2 billion the year in profit before we bought it. It's a nice amount of money, but not for it's like a relevant amount of money for Microsoft. And they're like, so we're pretty close to the margins here, and we're going to have to extract money. And what do we do if they ran all the numeric, experiments to see like what would we lose here? Very similar to what we brought up on Sacred Symbols about Insomniac during the leak, having the data about Horizon Forbidden West coming to PS Plus and how much money Sony lost on doing that, which was like $100 million. So I don't know. It's like, dude, you made your bed. Just, you got to do it. And don't you want to see what happens? Like, this could be the thing that turns it all around. This could be the thing that finally fixes it. I just don't know that people play Call of Duty. I don't know. Like, do people want to own Call of Duty? Or is this actually kind of perfect because they move on? But then you're going to, if they raise prices, let's say you're going to get 3 months of a subscription for what you would have paid for it. Certainly people realize that's not a good value, right? They must realize that. That's why I'm curious. But then again, you just get people involved you get a certain group of people. The NFL games on Netflix that are coming and that were on Amazon and Peacock, like, it's teaching these subscribers, like, you got to kind of have this like spread shot approach, and you actually do just keep people. So we'll see what happens. That's a long-winded way of saying I'm glad they got to the end result, but it's crazy that wasn't announced like that, about it. Of course, that would have been the answer. It's like someone, Jez or a friend of the show gets access to Phil Spencer and asks him, and the answer should have been like, yeah, of course we're going to put fucking Call of Duty on Game Pass. Are you kidding?
Yeah. I don't know. All right. My sorted out is for Blizzard to get early access to the next WoW expansion. I just learned is $90 to get 3 days early access. And in the old days, it was there's 3 editions of the game. First of all, there's the base edition, there's the heroic edition, and then there's the epic edition. I believe back in the old days that you just needed the heroic edition at least to get early access, which is $70 now. But now to get early access, you need to spend $90 fucking dollars on World of Warcraft expansion. And I just don't like early access stuff in general usually, because it just feels like, it doesn't feel like you're getting it early. It just feels like you're getting it on the actual launch day, and everyone else is now getting it late.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And like, even games I love get early access, and I just kind of get annoyed at it. Like Final Fantasy 14 does the same thing, but it's not nearly as expensive there as far as I'm aware. I'll have to look at all that again. But just like, fuck Blizzard, especially... I just wonder, stuff calling about Game Pass now. It's like, when are they going to put WoW stuff in Game Pass
That I don't know if they're planning on doing that too, but that would be another thing where it's like, yes, of course. Like you have to, everything. We mean it. Like everything is going into Game Pass. Like you have to just go. What I would rather, instead of vacillating and waffling, what they really should have done from the beginning is just gone all in and then had to have explained later why it broke down, as opposed to showing some sort of weakness up front by waffling. And then it ultimately probably not working out and then having to backtrack. At least it would have been bold and what you promised and what the intention of it was. It's just strange to me.
Yeah.
You know? So yeah, WoW would be just but again, they're probably looking at the books a little differently now that it's not hypothetical, you know?
Oh, so I'm going to compare this to Final Fantasy 14. All you got to do for 14 is pre-purchase the game and you get 4 days ahead of full release. So the expansion is $40, first of all. So it's $10 cheaper for the base thing. So you can spend $40 to play early, or you can spend $90 to play a day less early. And WoW. Sort that shit out, guys. It's fucking ridiculous, man.
You're going to see so much more of that kind of stuff, dude.
Blizzard,
the early access stuff is going to be huge.
I know, everyone's going to start doing it, and it's very annoying.
And it's easy to criticize it until I do it. Like, there's going to be some sort of game where I'm like,
of course.
Oh, of course.
They'll get us. Yeah. They'll get us with everything. They'll get me with, like, whatever next From Software game is, or some shit like that. Or they'll get me with a Final Fantasy game. They'll get me with something, and it's just fucking sucks, man. You clever sons of bitches. All right, let's hear from the audience about some sorted outs. This is from Nicholas Burlhart. Greetings, summoners. I'd like to issue a sorted out to Nintendo. With just a week to go until release, Walmart has canceled and refunded all physical pre-orders of Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door. I'd say this is a Walmart thing, but a few months back, you may recall that Amazon did the same thing after the game shot up to the top of the bestsellers list on pre-orders alone, and it's still not able to be purchased. People want to buy your games, Nintendo. Let us buy it. Stop messing around with retailers this close to launch. Dustin, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I don't understand this. I don't know, because as he mentioned, it was Walmart this past time that I saw it happening to people, but it did happen before. So I don't know what's going on, because Nintendo in particular, they just said at their investor Q&A that they were equally committed to physical and digital, and they're willing to adapt as their, the market changes and stuff like that. But they basically said, they're like, yeah, we don't care, physical or digital, doesn't matter to us. Especially makes sense for them in their home market where I mean, physical is king in Japan. But I have no idea what happened with this snafu. I saw that people were getting their Target order shipped early, so I pre-ordered online at Target, which I don't normally do, and it did ship pretty quickly, but I'm getting it on Thursday along with, and I believe that's the release day. But I would say, yeah, this sucks, but this isn't going to be a hard game to get. So you'll be able to pre-order it somewhere else. You'll be able to walk into a store on Thursday and buy it easily, if that's another option as well. But I don't know if this is a Nintendo thing or a Walmart thing and an Amazon thing that happened independently. It's very weird.
Yeah, I got mine at Best Buy and I checked and it's still good. So Best Buy hasn't fucked me over yet. What were you going to say, Colin?
I was just going to say, it's got to be a Nintendo thing, right?
Yeah.
Because part of me, again, we were talking about it. I just published our next run of games. Here's a fucking sleeve of them right here. And it's not trivial, but it's not hard to get something published. If we can do it, you can. As we were saying about fucking Alan Wake 2, it's like, what are you guys doing? It's so lucrative too. It's like, it's crazy that. So, but I give Nintendo maybe a little bit more leeway because they do have a more specialized production of these cartridges. It's not like everything's made at a Terre Haute, Indiana, at a fucking huge factory like it is for CDs. So maybe it has something to do with that, but you would just think this is a really great point from Nicholas. It's like, don't you want the money? Like, we have these pre-orders. What is stopping you from giving us the copies? What are you, crazy? It's just, it doesn't make any sense. So it's got to be Nintendo.
What's weird is that on the Walmart website, I can buy it right now. And it says that it will be arrives May 28th, which is, next week. So it is after release day. So something weird happened, but okay, wait, here's a Wario 64 thread. Not sure if this is widespread. It looks like Walmart will only sell Paper Mario the Thousand Year Door in stores, seemingly a Nintendo directive. Online orders are getting canceled, and it looks like they are offering $25 off a future order as an apology. That doesn't quite line up with what I'm seeing right now, but why? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, what? But why?
Yeah. I don't know. This happened on May 16th, so this was 4 days ago, and you can definitely buy it on Walmart's website and get it shipped to your house right now. Well, not right now, but you know what I mean. You can get it eventually shipped.
Yeah.
So.
All right.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Update. I meant to check. So, sold and shipped by Super Smash Deals, Inc. So it's not through Walmart.
Okay. Weird.
Yeah, that's
all Nintendo, dude. Walmart wants to sell the game.
Yeah, of course they do.
And if they're screwing over their major sellers, like Walmart's not a company you would screw over. Nintendo probably has an amazing relationship with Walmart and Amazon and all these companies. So something must have gone wrong. What I was thinking originally was like, is Nintendo somewhat obsessive about getting like V1.0 games in really great working order compared to their competitors, so that it's still weird to me when I play a Nintendo game and it patches, right? It's like, oh, that's so strange. Is it that they were so close to the border of getting this game done? And I'm not saying in a bad way, that they were just like, we want to make sure we get a really solid version. Just knowing their quality orientation, that they have a lot of children, more ignorant level gamers as far as like not knowing what to do with, updates and stuff. Could it be something like that they just weren't able to manufacture it in time, and so they only had X amount, and this is why a bunch of these copies are latent, I don't know. No idea.
Yeah. Weird.
Shout out to them if that's it, by the way, that they're willing to fuck over their retailers to make sure the game is as good as possible.
Yeah. That's crazy.
It could be also, though this doesn't explain why it's just Walmart. I'm just reading what someone said on Reddit, and it makes some sense. They said something about Nintendo cracking down on early distribution because their games leak out early, and then because the Switch was so easily hacked and Yuzu and stuff, that it is uploaded and online available to play a week before release day. And so they might not really like that, but maybe they've traced some of these leaked titles to Walmart's inventory, like website inventory or something like that, and that might be part of the problem.
Yeah,
but
that's good thinking. It
hasn't affected Target or Best Buy, but maybe they get their games later than Walmart. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Do you remember that? Well, I don't know why you guys remember this. Was totally random, but right before PS5 came out, like weeks before it came out, there was a picture of a Walmart warehouse just full of PS5s. Do you guys remember? It was like literally like the most insane thing you've ever seen in your life. So yeah, these things are. It's like we say about PS5 Pro. Like they got to announce it at some point because it's going to be manufactured. It might be being manufactured literally now, because they have to get these things going. So, who knows, man? It's so interesting to think about that stuff, though. But most companies, if it is a quality thing, which it probably isn't, most companies wouldn't care anyway. And it's a good thing. It says a lot about Nintendo that you would even assume that could be a possibility, because I would never think that about anyone else.
Yeah.
Like they give a shit.
Yeah. They're like, oh, we'll patch it. Doesn't matter.
You're okay. There's a disc in that fucking box at all.
I know. This is from Melissa Maxwell. Hey guys, I have a sorted out regarding the controversy surrounding Assassin's Creed Shadows. The people on both sides of it are really equally annoying. If you're on the side viewing the game as woke, keep your mouth shut and don't buy the game. It's real simple. On the other hand, the people on the other side who are clearly fanning the flames on social media to advance their everyone is toxic gamer narrative are equally as ridiculous. Buy the game or don't, and everyone move on with your lives. I, for one, think the two protagonists look interesting and will be picking the game up. I'll leave all the ranting and raving to the dickheads who seem to enjoy fighting amongst themselves more than actually playing games sorted out. There's this is video games, so this happens all the time. Just a lot of annoying bullshit arguing back and forth. It's like, I'm so tired. I don't even care anymore. If you're into the game, cool. If you're not into the game, whatever. It's fine with me. Like, I unfollowed IGN today just because they keep fucking posting about it. Just like, shut up, dude. I'm sick of seeing, like, you guys constantly post the same shit for engagement farming. Because that's what they're doing, and it makes sense. I understand, but it's just like, I'm over it, dude. I don't need that shit in my life.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I don't know. I think it's a somewhat... I actually agree with Melissa in the sense that it is kind of boring from both sides, but it is worth saying that like Ubisoft is doing this because the protagonist is black. As long as it's okay to say that, and it's obvious that they made that choice because they want to have some sort of diversity cater that supersedes the Japanese, let's say diversity that would bring, just a Japanese setting with Japanese people in it. As long as you're okay to say that, which is true and obvious, you're allowed to make that choice. I mean, it's not, but like, that's the thing that I think gets me is like, it's like, well, they can do whatever they want. It should just be allowed that I'm allowed to observe the very obvious thing that you did here.
Sure.
And as long, so that's what's so fun. It's disappointing when things get caught in the strife of culture war, because this is actually a pretty interesting thing. Like, is there anyone out there that denies that that's true?
I'm sure there are.
Whether or not you care about that or not is a different thing entirely, but certainly we all have to intellectually know that that's true.
Right.
And then whether you go further than that is up to you. But it's interesting. Now, the thing that bothers me about this conversation as a person who studied history in college and so has and not that I know everything about it, I don't, but I have an affinity for it, is Assassin's Creed isn't historically accurate.
No, it's not.
Who gives a fuck about that angle? It's really more interesting from the diversity angle and like what you're trying to do or what you're trying to say with your product, actually. I don't give a fuck about the history in Assassin's Creed games. It's cool that they're all rooted in history and you kind of change things and tweak things. But you finally set a game in Japan that people have been waiting for a long time and asking for, really since Assassin's Creed began. And really not since it began, but when it started to be clear, maybe with 3, that it could take place in other places and be something else, right? And so you finally get there, and then you make it about the Black Samurai. It's almost so it's a little over the top, I think. Yeah. But see, observing that is different than concluding something about it or even feeling something about it beyond that, because that's not very unique. People bring up Neo, which I think is a good example, and no one cared about that. And that's why it's like, I don't really get involved in the historical accuracy thing. I get involved in the like, why are you doing that? And that's how I don't know if that's, I don't want to put you guys in a position because I know it's a very controversial thing right now, but that is how I feel about it. I don't think I really said anything controversial though, so.
Yeah. To me, more like Assassin's Creed is just like, I'm just fucking burnt out on Assassin's Creed.
I could care less. I'm not playing.
I've played so many of them, and I tried Mirage, and I played 2 hours, and I was like, dude, I just can't do this anymore. I'm just done, man. Maybe I'll play it. I don't know, but I don't feel like I'm going to play it right now. Especially if they actually announce Ghost of Tsushima 2 this month or whatever, then I'm just going to like, well, I'll just wait for that game. I'll get my fix there. And I still need to play Rise of the Ronin, so I don't even know how to even get to this game.
I feel like for me, this is the meme. Like, oh, you won't buy Assassin's Creed Shadows because you think it's woke garbage. I won't buy Assassin's Creed Shadows because Assassin's Creed's not very good. We are not the same. And I don't care at all. I have not liked any Assassin's Creed games for a very long time. So,
3 was the last one I even played. That's literally 2011, I think.
Yeah, wow.
So, and I platinumed Assassin's Creed 2. AC1 I only messed with briefly. I platinumed Assassin's Creed 2. Is Dustin, again, as an old IGN fan, you might remember that was a complete spite platinum. And we had a whole arc about it on Podcast Beyond because I was like, people were like, you didn't understand it. You didn't play it enough. And I just went and platinumed it. And I was like, so everyone could shut the fuck up now,
that's funny
about that. So yeah, I don't care about AC at all either. And I don't think it's that serious. I just think, I think a lot of culture wars get out of control.
They do.
When it's not okay to just observe what is blatantly obvious, like the emperor has no clothes kind of situations. And I feel like we are encountering a lot of these situations in life. And this is kind of one of those situations in gaming where I'm like, okay, you can take out of that observation whatever you want. But I'm just going as far as the observation personally. And again, I don't really want to. I've said many times that I feel like the culture warriors today, like the public and vocal culture warriors in our space, are just not up to the task and are not adequately are not adequately attacking different things that are worth discussing and noting and bringing attention to. It gets lost in the fucking, it's like losing the forest for the trees, dude. It's like, and really it's like throwing the baby out with the bathwater, where you kind of like want to go all, it's like, so what do you want to do about this? Should the game not exist? Does Ubisoft not have the right to make an alternate history? Do they not have the right to interpret the history the way they want to? It's like, it really can only go as far as the observation. So I feel like a lot of these other people that have like the petitions, and it's like, just shut up, dude. Like, I appreciate you want to change things from the ground floor, but it's kind of silly. There are so many, the big problems in games right now are not about the product, the end products. The big problems in the games right now are the way they're made, the economics of them, and the sustainability of them for the long term. Like, you're just losing sight of the fight. And so that's why I'm just like more, typically not today, obviously, but more hesitant in getting involved in a lot of these culture wars, because I just don't want to, it's not that I want to be associated with people. I don't give a shit about that either. It's just, we need better messengers, you know? Yeah.
Sure. All right. This is from Ryan Markovich. Greetings, summoners. I have a sorted out for Konami. They have been pimping out Castlevania to every dev and their brother that wants to do a crossover and giving us great collections of the classic games. But where the hell is a new Castlevania game? Surely there are developers out there who would love the chance to make their own Castlevania game. I wouldn't be surprised if they've been pitched on a new game by someone already. License that IP out in full, because we know damn well Konami isn't going to make it themselves. And even if they do, it would be the same. It would be some monkey paw shit we didn't ask for. Thanks for the hours of entertainment and keep it up. Yeah, this is something that we've talked about, I feel like 1,000 times, of just Castlevania. Where's a new Castlevania game?
It's got to be coming, right? I mean, I refuse to believe that they don't have something in development just based on the Netflix series.
I fucking hope so. But that Netflix series has been out for like 5 years.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's just it's a crazy loss of the ability to go multimedia, almost begging you in the opposite direction, because the anime are, they're popular with or without the games. And you're not asking people to go in that direction. You're asking them to go in the other direction, the more natural direction, where they want to go. Castlevania makes you want to play Castlevania.
Yeah.
And it is weird that they have not come through. There are so many obvious developers that can make a Castlevania game. It's like from Yacht Club to Way Forward to, I mean, there's just a lot of them. And even Motion Twin making their own Castlevania game as opposed to a Castlevania, which I played, the Castlevania Dead Cell stuff. I don't know, man. It's one of those things, Brad, and I think you can appreciate this probably, where I think things are really hard to do in the games industry. I think making games is really hard. But if someone said like, yeah, making the Castlevania game we want to make is hard, and I'd just be like, well, why? This seems so obvious. Castlevania is all about style. And you either get that or you don't. And you either understand the aesthetic or you don't. But giving the reins to someone who knows what they're doing would be a really good idea. And the beauty of it is it could be several different types of games. I mean, you could get a 2D style Symphony of the Night kind of game. You could get a 3D Castlevania game, which I'm totally open to. You could get something like Simon's Quest or something more limited, where it's a smaller, downloadable, bite-sized thing. I don't know, but it is Konami's just disappointing in many ways. I mean,
yeah.
And I think that they're just taking the low-hanging fruit. Jaffe and I just talked about this on his podcast, actually, and it just went live for everyone if people want to check it out on YouTube. But he was making the point, like I was making the point, that why hasn't someone gone to Konami in Japan? So like not Western developers or like Western entities, but Japanese, like old soul Japanese entity people that grew up with this stuff, even allowing the likes of Iga back into the mix and being like, just give us some money and watch what happens. I mean, don't you understand what you have and what you're holding on to, and just letting it be great will get it the necessary attention. Like, you don't have to worry about marketing. You don't have to worry about any of this stuff. Just make a great Castlevania game and it'll find its audience by the virtue of being a great Castlevania game. The first great Castlevania game in many years, well over a decade. I would argue Lords of Shadow 1 is the last great Castlevania game. So it's been 13 years or something, 14 years.
It's been a long time, dude.
And it's been a decade, more than a decade, since there has even been a Castlevania game. And because Lords of Shadow 2 came out in 2014, in early 2014. So because it was a PS3 game right after PS4 came out. I remember that very well. So I don't know, man. It's but Jaffe was making the argument that their heads are just in different places now, like the health clubs and gyms and casino games, and they're just totally happy licensing their shit out. They just don't give a shit. Well, I mean, when I saw them, it's the obvious play, I guess, but when I saw them with Vampire Survivors just do Castlevania stuff or Contra stuff and everything, I'm like, they don't give a fuck. Because if I were those guys, I'd be like, you can go fuck yourselves. Like, no matter how popular are you, like, stole our stuff and are daring us to basically not do anything about it. It's a little much. Instead, they just kind of cash out, and it just shows me that they just don't care. They don't want to put the effort in, and it's too bad.
It's like we say that, but they're also doing Delta, which I believe is internal. A Konami team.
Wasn't Virtuous isn't.
Maybe it's not then.
But even if it is, it's like I don't.
They have some like toes in video games though. Like they're doing Silent Hill 2 remake.
But look at the partners they're choosing. If
you're not choosing the best partners.
Metal Gear Solid 3 at least was being done by Virtuous at one point. I don't know if that's still happening, and that's a bad choice in my opinion. And the Silent Hill 2, the choice is horrible. I mean, not because Bloober's a horrible team, but because like you have it's Silent Hill. Yeah. Do you think that you couldn't have AAA teams from around the world pitching you on that?
Yeah.
And I said, Brad, I don't know how you feel about this. I mean, this would be the ultimate. I said this on Sacred or maybe I said on Jaffe Show, I don't know, was like, what if Capcom made Silent Hill? Like, what if they were just like, let's be friends, And so that's what bothers me about it. It's not that they're not necessarily doing anything. It's that like you're doing Metal Gear Solid 3 and it's not like one of the best developers ever. You're doing Metal Gear Solid 3 and it's not, and you somehow haven't swallowed your pride and gotten back with Kojima in some way. You're doing like, what are you doing? That's the thing that bothers me. You're Konami. You're fucking Konami. At one point, you were one of the greatest publishers in the world. It's a fall from grace. In every way.
A tragic fall. Because we all love Konami. Those games,
my God.
Man.
I lived and died by those games when I was a kid. Of so many Konami games. It goes on and on and on.
Yeah.
What a bummer.
All right. This is from Hayden Glass. Howdy, Sumps. Sorted out Colin. I've beaten 2 Persona games this year, 4 Golden and 3 Reload, and they were amazing. Colin, from what I remember, you got to the end of 4, but because you messed up and couldn't 100% the game, you just didn't finish.
It's true.
Sort that shit out and finish it when you have time.
Yep, that happened. Yeah, well, it's not going to happen, but I'll have to play it again. I do think that that's in the cards at some point. It's just playing Persona 4 Golden on console.
Well, they're going to remake 4. So
so maybe I even just wait for that because I would like to get to Persona 3 at some point, Persona 5. I really did like Persona 4, but you guys have to understand how dispiriting it is to like meticulously follow a guide, realize you at too late when you must have done something wrong, and then it's like fuck this. Like I was so mad when I realized that. I was like, I can't. I'm like, fuck this game.
I understand that.
Yeah,
I get that.
And the twist had already happened, by the way, not for nothing. So which I didn't really see coming because I'm stupid, I guess. But so I had already kind of felt satisfied. I was like, oh, that somehow was a secret to me all this time. And that was satisfying. So
which twist?
Oh, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to say.
Yeah.
Because I don't know that I've even experienced more than of course there would be more twists in the final end game, but
yeah.
So yeah, I'm not anti Persona by any stretch of the imagination, but that was just a very difficult situation for me to deal with.
Yeah. I mean, they want to annualize Persona, so I'm sure you'll get 4 remake probably before we even think we would get it.
I really want to see what they could do with 1 and 2, like Revelations.
Yeah, I would love to see 1 and 2 remade because I've never played
those are mysteries to me. Like I said it on Sacred, like I might have rented those games at some point, but I never owned like those games. What was it? Original Sin or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Was the second one. Yeah, I never owned them. I might have, but I don't think I even rented them because I don't remember like the school children kind of aspect of it. Like the
there was so many PS1 RPGs. It was impossible to keep up.
It was awesome. Did you see that thing that went around from Game Rant? Did we make fun of this together? I think it was Game Rant, where it was like it was just some essay that someone wrote, but they tweeted out, like a little stinger, and it was like PS1 wasn't known for its role-playing game, like for having them. And it's like, what the
I remember that,
fuck are you talking about?
That person is insane.
PS1 is known for having the best catalog of role-playing games of any console. Like that's almost indisputable. You know, I read that, I was like, what? Who's writing this stuff?
Someone that doesn't know.
Wasn't there some article about Helldivers being a great RPG?
Yes.
Or something? And I'm like, dude, that has to be bait. There's no way. But I guess there is.
I don't know what the article was, but I'm just wondering if it's like because people role play in the game. It's just like, well, you can fucking do that in any game.
Yeah, I can role play in any game I want.
No, I saw that too. Yeah, that's bad. That's bad.
I don't fucking know, man. Whatever. PS1 not known for RPGs. Come on.
There was one like every 2 weeks for 5 years.
Yeah, it's insane. It's like,
it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
You weren't there, and you don't know. You didn't look at the catalog. You just have no idea.
Totally. And you know what one really needs to make it? I don't know who owned. There might be like Age Tech or like some fucking random publisher. Legend of Legaia.
Oh yeah, I never played that.
I would maybe even Sony owns the Western publishing rights to that. I would like to see that be one of the that's like one of those random obscure PS1 games, RPGs that was so good because it was a fighting game. Basically, that was what was cool about it. You know, you would like in the you would use fighting moves in like the battles instead of it being.
Oh yeah, this game looks awesome.
Yeah, it's dope. There was a sequel on PS2 as well. Might have been called Legaia 2 or something. I don't remember. Anyway,
I think so. Hold on, I gotta see the box art. Oh, I don't recognize this box art at all. Huh.
Yeah, my friend Scott Nava, who I've not talked to since high school, lent that to me over the summer of 1999.
Damn.
And I was like, I loved it. I was just so into it.
Yeah. Man, dude, summertime playing games and when you're in school, actually the best, man.
Oh, I mean, I lived and died by video games when I was in high school. There was nothing else.
My summer of Final Fantasy 12 and Dragon Quest 8 back to back was like the fucking best.
2006?
Yeah, I think I don't know if I might have done that a year later though. Because I think I didn't finish them, then I came back to them. I can't recall. It was either
I think Final Fantasy 12 was fall 2006. I want to say because I was a senior in college.
Yeah, I probably did. I probably did in 2007 then. I think.
And Dragon Quest 8 was around that time. 8 I never messed around with deeply though. 7 was 7 and 9 were ones I messed around with deeply, but 8 was like kind of
I love 8.
I'm missing.
It's my favorite that I've played, but I've not played many Dragon Quest games. All right, boys, time for Keep It Up. Who are we pleased with? Yeah, that's right, Dustin.
I like
pizzazz on that.
Well, as I edit the show, usually this is right at the break point, and so I've been watching the escalation of the Keep It Up and the Sort It Out intros. So
only if I could hear my soundboard, I would be incorporating that more with this stuff.
Oh, dude, we didn't talk about the soundboard gaff.
Oh yeah, yeah, Colin, you don't know about this thing.
I heard. Was it with Micah?
Yeah, it was with Micah. I actually pushed my soundboard. I can't fucking hear it going off, and she was talking, and I just kept because it was flashing. I was like, "Fucking turn it off, dude!" But I just kept repeating it over and over again. And Maddie was like trying not to laugh during it. I had no idea any of this was going on until after the episode came out. People were laughing about it.
Yeah, that's good shit.
Yeah,
there was something on Duke a few weeks ago where like Maddie knocked all these chords out. And he messaged, he's like, yeah, we might want to cut that. And then I watched him like, dude, no, you can't cut that. It was hilarious. Like people, there's some level of mistake or like something like that our audience loves it when stuff like that happens. So the soundboard thing, it was a mistake that happened, but it was a good one because a lot of people were laughing at that.
Mm.
Well, like our first episode we ever did with the soundboard snafu on your end.
Oh,
Dustin.
yeah, because it hit the
Nami figure. Yeah. We were just like, what is happening?
I think that's what it was.
Yeah.
That was good.
Boys, or Dustin, let's start with you again. Keep it up, man. Keep it up.
My keep it up. Colin's outnumbered right now. I don't care. It's not about games. Keep it up, One Piece.
Oh, shit. Okay.
I'm deep into the Wano arc, and it's so fucking good right now. The animation for Wano, they
upgrade it.
They upgrade it. It's so awesome. It's divided into 3 acts. It's so well paced. And I'm just, dude, every episode right now, I'm like, man, I can't wait till I watch the next one. And people are saying that it gets even better. The ending, I mean, I'm on Act 3, and so it just continues to ramp up. And I just saw, I lost it. They're putting One Piece on the Sphere in Las Vegas in June for the 25th anniversary.
That's funny.
That'll be pretty cool. But yeah, I'm getting to the end of my journey in the next few months here, and kind of getting sad about it. But
are you going to read the manga after to get caught up?
So
real caught up.
I've been reading the manga on and off for probably a year now. I'm not very far. I'm in Alabasta. So once I'm done, it's just too much to watch the show and read the manga at the same time.
Oh, no. Yeah. I just meant when you're caught up on the anime, then you read the manga after that to get caught up with the manga. Like where the anime ends, you keep going with the manga.
I'm going to have to, just because the reveals that are going to happen at the end game of One Piece, I can't get spoiled.
You got to know. You can't miss it. Don't get spoiled. You got to be there.
This is a very unpopular opinion that people have told me they don't like that I say, but I am an anime first guy because
that's fine.
I like the music. I like the voice acting. I like the experience of watching. I just prefer watching anime over reading manga.
Yeah,
so
that's fine.
It's not really the way I want to experience the end of One Piece, but I would rather be that than see some fucking tweet about what the One Piece is, you know?
Yeah, you're going to get spoiled.
Because that's going to dude, the day that manga chapter drops, it will be like when the last Harry Potter book came out and people were like slapping it on their cars and stuff. Like I have to be there reloading the Shonen Jump app. So it's going to have to be done. But yeah, cool. I've continually enjoyed the show for the last 2 years, and I'm just amazed that it's continued to be good and get even better this late into the run.
Yeah.
So
it's fucking crazy.
Keep it up.
How good it is. Colin, what about you, man?
I wanted to give a shout out to Keep It Up to Shift Up. I don't know if you guys saw today that we're talking. We'll talk about this deep in and deeper way on Sacred Symbols, of course, but they basically noted that they are thrilled with how the game has performed and that they're planning a PC version of the game, which is not a surprise, and they should. And that they want to do more like multimedia stuff with it, which I think is an important thing I want to get to in a second. And that they're going to explore a sequel as well. It's also worth noting, and I was reading Komatsu about this, great website, people out there like Japanese gaming news especially, this is South Korean of course, but similar, is that they have another game in development that we've known about, Project Witches, that apparently is going to be 2027 and is going to be multi-platform. And
it's like an MMO or something.
It's going to be like some new, maybe something like, maybe to compete with something like Genshin Impact.
Yeah.
And they do that Nikkei game or whatever that is pretty popular. I think they're going to keep that going. But they are, they're introducing an IPO for their company on the South Korean market. And I'm a little surprised by this. Now, I must admit that I was a little, people don't think about the mechanics of the games industry a lot. And I had noticed I observed when I played Stellar Blade, and we'll talk about it, I guess, in a minute, although I don't know how much more I have to say about it really, but that the company Shift Up owns the trademark to it and Sony simply published it, and that this was very unusual. And I tweeted about it in a video, and people were saying like, well, what about Neo and Rise of the Ronin? And I'm like, well, Neo is not published by Sony. Neo is published internationally by Sony, but Tecmo Koei publishes those games in Japan. Those are kind of voluntary third-party exclusives where, and I say this over and over again about Tecmo or about Koei Tecmo, where they lower the ceiling and raise the floor in all their games, so they just mitigate risk constantly and just do what they can do, and they survive. And I think that that's pretty smart. That's why they're so mercenary. So I look at something like Rise of the Ronin, which is a different deal. And I think because that's something that also Koei Tecmo owns and not Sony, even though Sony published it. And I'm like, but that's publisher to publisher. This is really more developer to publisher. And so this is a very unusual deal. And it allows them to really explore Stellar Blade. And I hope that they're able to do that in a really fruitful way. And I do wonder if the sequel will be published by Sony. I assume Sony will have first right of refusal on doing that. And so I was just really happy to see that the game is doing well, because especially with all the acrimony around Square Enix and how those games sell on PlayStation, and that Square just doesn't seem happy with anything ever. they really undercut their own games by just constantly being negative about how they sell and having ridiculous expectations, and also just getting in the bed for exclusives. Like, what do you think is going to happen? And it's cool to see like a more celebratory tone from Shift Up as they enter the, a deeper production era with Project Witches. Talk about the PC port of this, also downloadable content coming into Stellar Blade, it looks like. And yeah, I'm excited to see the future of that because I think Stellar Blade's pretty special. I'll be interested to see if they get courted by anyone else. And I do wonder if Sony would have been interested in them, or might still be interested in them, just for the Stellar Blade success, South Korean imprint, plus mobile success. So it doesn't seem that that's in the cards, which I'm fine with. I don't really care.
Yeah, totally. Nice. Might keep it up, I guess, is just Sucker Punch and Nixies, dude. Putting out Ghost of Tsushima on PC. Excellent video game. Really happy to see it doing well right now. It's one of the top, it's like the second top selling game on Steam right now. I know the whole PSN fiasco or whatever, not being able to buy the game in your region sucks, but it's still a fucking awesome game. If it's available to you, check it out. If you haven't,
well, you can see how much that mattered. I mean, this is what I've been talking about. It's like, what territories are we talking about here? I'm not saying that it's right that you can't buy games in certain places, but like, be specific. What territory of consequence can you not buy Ghost of Tsushima right now? Albania? I mean, it sucks. But like, people are like, you see these sales figures and all this, and people are acting like it's like no one can buy it. It's like, shut up.
Did you see it surpassed God of War it's now the second highest PlayStation launch on PC.
So just behind Helldivers then?
Right. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Which is interesting because it's been a bit rocky, or I was not rocky, up and down for PlayStation in terms of when their ports come out. Sometimes they're a little soft, and this one apparently had a lot of interest behind it.
Yeah, Ghost of Tsushima is a popular game already, and people really liked it, the first one, so makes sense to me. It's not like they're putting fucking Sackboy on here, and most people don't even know what the hell that is.
Oh, they did, though.
Sackboy, I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, it didn't sell probably at all.
No, it didn't.
It was, dude, the peak Steam numbers were under 1,000, I think.
Yeah, that game's cool, man. It's like Ratchet and Clank. I don't think is nearly as popular as Ghost of Tsushima, or as interesting to the PC market.
Right.
So there is some argument that you can't discount the success of it's not necessarily a correlation and causation thing, but the game is older and doing better. In other words, like, releasing it closer we wouldn't have, I guess, known, but it didn't necessarily help it. Sony finding its legs on Steam has, I think, done it a great service. I think the additional sales of Tsushima might totally be attributable to Helldivers. Just in getting people more comfortable with them as a publisher, opening their eyes up. I don't know.
Yeah, it is interesting. And also this version, the director's cut, comes with the DLC and everything like that, which is really good. Iki Island's really good.
Yeah, I didn't play it. I'll play it on PS. When the new one comes out, I'll play the original on
I'll do a
PS5
replay
with the DLC. Yeah,
I'm going to do a replay for sure. So, yeah. Cool game, man. All right. Let's see what the audience got to say. This is from Dirty and Verdi. Greetings, sexy summoners. The main reason I love the new show is the mashup of people. It's not always the same faces on the show, and LSM has a great pool to choose from. My keep it up goes to LSM hiring / recruiting. I realize not everyone is a full-time employee of LSM, but there isn't a single voice on the roster that I get disappointed about when I hear they're going to be on your show, yourself included. Well, thanks. With the pool of knowledge, talent, and personalities you have to choose from, again, including yourself, it's no wonder the show took off so quickly. Thank you for the content. Keep laying the summon sign down. Thank you, Dirty and Verdi. Appreciate that, man.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Paul S. here. Hey, summoners. Have a keep it up for the Korean game devs. Been playing Stellar Blade for the last few days and really love it. This and Lies of P have been an awesome showcase for the Korean game scene. The balance of style and quality of these games feels really unique and refreshing. I only have one question coming out of this game, though. What do you think, where do you think Eve is storing those hypercells? Thanks.
You know, cavernous vagina.
Yeah, you know, Paul. You know. This is from Big Boy. Keep it up, Chris Raygun, who looked very handsome last week with his contact lenses in. There you go.
Oh, did you see? He responded to a comment on the YouTube version of it, because I get, for some reason, on my YouTube app, because I have like the studio app, if a high tier profile leaves a comment, it will alert me. And so I saw that Chris, he responded to someone who said that he had Scooby-Doo eyes.
Scooby-Doo
and he put a little
eyes.
crying emoji in response. So
what does that even mean, dude?
I'm not
like he
exactly
looks like
sure.
Scooby-Doo, or does he look like Shaggy eyes?
I don't
Like,
know.
I
I don't know the IP well enough to even know.
They're like little black circles, I think, for Shaggy and Fred and Daphne. Maybe all the characters have those little black, just round eyes.
I was never attracted to that IP. Like, I don't know anything about it, really.
Scooby-Doo.
Yeah,
dude, the first like season of Scooby-Doo is so good. Like Scooby-Doo goes off the rails, dude. It's fucking Avengers style or Marvel style.
Well,
like spin-offs and shit.
I remember it was a big deal when the movie, there was a made-for-TV movie that they're like, this is the monsters
Zombie
are
Island.
real. Zombie Island.
Yeah,
the monsters
I had
are
it,
real.
dude, on VHS.
Did it jump the shark with the real?
Dude, they were
whatever?
like actual zombies.
Yeah.
Like, with magic and shit. However, someone told me later on they made that it's like they weren't real or something. There was like some
retcon the Scooby-Doo lore.
Retcon, I swear to God, they like retcon Scooby-Doo lore. And I was like, you fucking pussies, dude. You made such a big deal about the monsters being real and you just couldn't handle it.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Do you guys remember Jabberjaw?
What is that?
It was like, so in the 60s or 70s, there was Scooby-Doo was a big hit, and they made a bunch of like spin-off kind of things.
This
like,
guy.
Yeah. There was like Josie and the Pussycats, there's Jabberjaw. Like Jabberjaw was just, he's fucking Curly from Three Stooges, but he's a great white shark.
Oh, cool.
I remember
he goes
guy.
like,
I do remember this.
All that dumb shit. Like these characters look like Shaggy. It is so fucking bizarre, dude.
It's just 1 year. It looks like it lasted.
Yeah, well, it's because they just use the exact same Scooby-Doo formula,
I've
like
seen
down
this.
to a T, and they just like put a new skin on it.
They did that a lot because there's the Smurfs and then there's the Snorks.
Yeah,
remember
I
the
hate the
Snorks?
Smurfs and I hate the Snorks.
Dude, my mom loves
fucking hate
Smurfs.
both.
She has a whole Smurfs collection.
They're so fucking ugly, dude. Like, what are these little blue people? Get away from me. Put a shirt on.
Yeah, it's
Dude,
weird.
What about,
There's a lot of weird shit going on.
Gargamel and Azrael the cat, dude? No love.
Gargamel's a little bitch, dude.
Yeah.
What's his deal with Smurfs? You like want to eat him or something, dude? Just fucking get takeout.
I think he's like an alchemist. I think he wants to use them to make gold or something.
How can he not get a Smurf?
You got no
They're
Smurfs,
like
no
5 inches
bitches.
tall.
Yeah.
Just fucking grab one.
They're smart, dude. There's the whole, there's all the different kinds. There's like smart. Oh, there's like nerdy Smurf or something. There's one with glasses.
Brainy
Smurf. Yeah, he's a fucking dork.
Yeah, they're all
Beta
dorks,
Smurf.
dude. Data Smurf.
Beta Smurf.
Oh, Beta. I said Data like from Star Trek.
Dude, Data Smurf. That'd be cool too. Why not?
But yeah, fuck the Smurfs. Fuck the Snorks. Fuck Fraggle Rock too. I'm sorry, everybody.
Fraggle Rock?
I hate Fraggle Rock. Yeah, I hate Fraggle Rock.
Wow.
The Muppets, like original Muppets, cool. Totally fine with the original Muppets. You just got out of hand.
Got out of
Yeah,
hand.
I've never been a Muppets guy.
You gotta relax, man.
I love the Muppets. Though Disney, dude, once again, Disney bottom ruined it. Just purely. They did one good Disney Muppets movie, and then after that, they put Jeff Keighley in the recent one. Do you know that?
Oh, right. I never saw. I think I saw the Jeff Keighley part, but not anything else. There was like the Muppet Haunted Mansion thing, right?
Yes, and it was so bad. Fuck Disney, dude. Sort it out, Disney.
Yeah, Disney's
ruining
got
everything.
To sort out. Yeah, they got a lot to sort out, dude. What are you doing, Disney?
I don't want them
so
to sort it out. I want them
potential.
to die, but they won't.
Well, yeah, they won't. They almost feel too big to fail right now. But Disney needs some hits, man. Like, I mean, like they got to get punched in the face a couple more times.
They
need to, yeah. You got to fucking figure that shit out, Disney. Sons of bitches. Leave Kingdom Hearts alone. That shit's good. All right, boys. Let's talk about another game I've been playing. I just had a random craving for this game. I don't know why. But I've been playing Ninja Gaiden Sigma. So if you don't know, Ninja Gaiden was rebooted on Xbox. They had Ninja Gaiden, then they had Ninja Gaiden Black. Then eventually PlayStation 3 got its own version of Ninja Gaiden called Ninja Gaiden Sigma with some tweaks to the gameplay and stuff like that. That's the version I'm playing right now. It is the I bought the collection that comes with 1, 2, and 3, and they're all Sigma versions. Well, Sigma 1, Sigma 2, then there's Razor's Edge for 3. I've never played 3 actually, so I'll have to get to it someday. But before, just so Ninja Gaiden, if you don't know, Colin is very intimate with the original ones. 2D side scrollers, pretty fucking tough, especially those flying birds in the air.
Oh
it was
my
like
God,
Castlevania. You get knocked back every time you got hit. It's fucking brutal.
And then
Which one?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, which one is the one that had like the wind level? Is that 2 or 3? Like early on, like the wind blows and you jump
that's
with
2.
the wind. Yeah.
I was gonna say, isn't there like lore that because if you die on the last boss in Ninja Gaiden 1, you get sent back like really far in the game and you have to like do it again, and that's actually a mistake. Like people thought that was intentional.
Yeah,
to be like a dickhead, but it was actually just a mistake. I love the Ninja Gaiden trilogy. Is very, very special to me.
They're hard as fuck. Dude, Ninja Gaiden 1 especially is bullshit, man. Just the respawning enemies and like you move 2 steps to the right and they just respawn.
It's unbelievable.
Horrible.
Such a good game though. The music is incredible.
The music's great. Shout out to
I
was gonna say the cutscenes in that game are like ahead of its time.
Used to scare the shit out of me. That game scared the shit out of me. Jacchio. Come on. Come
on. I always remember him getting shot.
Yeah.
In the beginning. So good. Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they rebooted Ninja Gaiden as a action game, similar to Devil May Cry and stuff like that. This game's fucking tough, man. Even playing it nowadays, I'm just playing it on normal, by the way. There's like a hard, and I think you unlock 2 more difficulties or something like that. Yeah, this game's hard as fuck. If you are not careful, you'll get taken out so fast. It definitely feels like a Xbox game or OG, like movement PS3. It's not as smooth as I remembered it being. Like some of the stuff feels kind of cumbersome, like rolling around is not super great. Like you have to block, then hold a direction. Some of the camera angles are not great. You can't see. But I still think this game's a lot of fun. Like the first level is really cool because it is like this ninja like temple and everything like they're going through there. He's not wearing his like black leather outfit yet. He's got like a full just normal ninja get up on. You're going through this like castle kind of thing and there's rotating walls, a bunch of fun ninjas to fight. Then later on it gets crazy. There's like demons involved getting summoned, and one of the levels is early on is like your Hayabusa village burning, which is pretty cool to go through there, finding dead corpses, getting more weapons, all that stuff. Then another one's like an airship. Every time I'm on an airship, I think of the Order 1886 now. Think about the airship level like that.
That was like the preview level at PlayStation Experience that year, I remember.
Yeah. What a game, man. What a weird game.
That was a weird game.
But yeah, lots of fun combos you can do. There's this really sick combo. You can like launch a guy into the air, then grab them and go upside down and spin around and like slam into the air. Some total anime move. Really fun. Lots of blood going on, chopping off heads, all that good stuff. Lots of weapons, actually. Like you start with the dragon sword, which is like a lore item. One-handed katana, then you get the 2 katanas right then. Then there's like nunchucks. There's like a big pole you can use to fight guys with. There's also another playable character named, I think her name's Rachel. She has like this big scythe she uses. She's pretty fun. But yeah, I'm maybe a quarter way through the game. It's hard as fuck. You can buy stuff like items to heal. You can upgrade your weapons, all this stuff. But it's a tough ass game. Kind of bullshit in a lot of the ways. Like I do this move. It's called like I forgot this movie. Everyone knows who's played the game. It's like this jump slash thing. It's really good. But sometimes enemies just block it. And I don't know why. It just doesn't work on them. And sometimes it does. I'm very confused often about hits like that. Some of the bosses will melt you real fast. And if you die, you have to go back to a save point, which can be sometimes kind of far. It's like you don't restart right where you were. So it's very old school in that way. But yeah, it's still a lot of fun. I'm having a good time. If you've only played like newer action games like Devil May Cry 5 or maybe like Bayonetta 3, it definitely won't be as smooth as those games and it might be a turnoff, but I still think it's a really fun game. Some of the level design's cool. They changed some of it for this version. I think they made it a little less confusing with puzzles and stuff like that. Or because you get keys to open doors, you need to backtrack and all that stuff, which I enjoy, but they've kind of streamlined that a little bit. But yeah, Ninja Gaiden, still a really cool game. Check it out. I think the collection is $40. It has all 3. And I don't think you can buy them separately, which is a shame. But if you have PS Plus Extra, you could play the PS3 version if you want on cloud, if you're a psychopath and you want to do that. But it's there if you're curious about it. Brian wrote in, all right, I'll take the bait and be the write-in that scolds Brad for playing Ninja Gaiden Sigma instead of Black. This is only acceptable if Brad has already played Black and looking to mix things up on his playthrough. Brian, I have played Black. Yes, I like Black a lot. That was a different version of the Xbox original.
Yeah, that's
version.
the one I played on Xbox because that came out like pretty late in the Xbox era, I remember.
Yeah,
and,
I've played that one already.
But Ninja Gaiden Black, and Ninja Gaiden Sigma are all the same.
There's tweaks to them. And
you're right. Probably like they're the same core game, right?
Yep.
Yeah, because and I think Sigma even came to Vita too.
I think it did actually. Yeah, I think you're right.
And I think the second one also came to Vita. But yeah, so Black's the one I played. I never played any of the follow-ups to it. And dude, Black was hard as fuck. I remember. I mean, I was like this. Actually, you might remember this, Dustin. You might be a little young to remember like that. People started complaining that games were getting easier or more accessible, and Ninja Gaiden was the game that came out where people were like, "Holy fuck! Like this game is hard, unlike any other game is hard right now." Now it's more common again for games to be hard. But that's what I remember about Black specifically. It was how much. I was
trying to remember when it came out because it came out before Demon Souls. I know that.
No, definitely. Ninja Gaiden came out in 2004, and then Black came out in 2005.
Yeah, that sounds right. But yeah, those games were fucking tough, man. Like 2, you never played 2, but I remember 2 when it came out. It was awesome. I loved 2, but I think looking back now, it probably runs poorly. I've been seeing a lot of that stuff, but at the time, I didn't give a fuck. It was still cool. But yeah, Brian, stand down. I played Black already, so suck it. Flint, Dibble, and Dibble Singers wrote in. Hey, sub pups. With the discussion about what is or what isn't a Souls game recently, is Ninja Gaiden considered one? I remember playing the first one on Xbox and getting my ass handed to me. Same type of feeling as Dark Souls. No, it does not play like one at all. Does not.
This is what I've said. This is what I've been saying. People are getting things confused about difficulty and what it means.
Hard is not a hard game with like melee combat does not make it a Souls game. There's a lot more elements. Obviously, we've talked about this, Colin, on our episode with Souls. Like difficulty is a core pillar of it, but it is not the only one. Ninja Gaiden plays way different. Like you're fucking running up the walls and like doing backflips and shit. Doing all that crazy stuff.
The Ninja Gaiden, the remade or the revised Ninja Gaiden games are in the same family as Devil May Cry, like you said.
Yeah.
And Devil May Cry, I think, might really be a progenitor, but maybe even you can connect that to Onimusha and a couple other things, but like they're totally different family trees as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, totally. But yeah, not Souls game. Still worth checking out though. But if you're gonna play an action game and you haven't played one, play Devil May Cry like 5. 5's very good combat wise.
I was gonna say King's Field is like, which I didn't really play, but that's like where the Souls games. That's the beginning of the
From Software's been doing games like Souls games for a long time. They were just very much rougher in a lot of ways.
I wonder if they'd ever return to that. Like do a game called King's Field. That would be kind of cool.
My dream was calling for them to do King's Field on PSVR, and they never fucking did it. Whoa. I was like, it'd be so good in first person, man.
Yeah, they were open-minded to VR. So
yeah, they did Deracine. Yeah, got one out of them, so I'll take that. Okay, this is from Kramer. Hello, Brad, Dustin, and Colin the Pooh. What's that about?
I sleep with no underwear on.
Oh, right. That's right. I forgot about that. Forgot about that. I grew up playing the NES Ninja Gaiden games, but I've avoided the new games because of the horror stories about the difficulty. My question is, how challenging is Sigma, and what are some quick tips to make the game easier? Finally, where the fuck is NES Ninja Gaiden collection for modern consoles with save states, rewind, and trophies? Kramer, not Cosmo. Kramer, if you played the old Ninja Gaiden games, I think you'll be okay in a lot of ways of difficulty. The old Ninja Gaiden games are hard as fuck, man.
Yeah, they translate to like 2D to 3D as far as like they're both really hard.
Yeah.
I think Ninja Gaiden Black is probably one of the hardest games I've ever played, as I remember. And yeah, I remember it being really notoriously difficult at IGN. Like people loved it, and that game did really well for us on the Xbox channels as well. But the Ninja Gaiden collection is more interesting because it's funny. There is that obscure SNES collection that existed of the 3 games. And didn't it? Am I crazy, or did that come to Nintendo Online? Like,
I don't think it did.
No,
I don't think so.
So
I don't. No, hold on. That seems like familiar. Actually, let me. I gotta. Someone look this up. I think it was on. You could play it on something. Ninja Gaiden Switch. I'm really curious now. I gotta know.
No, well, the collection. I come up with the Master Collection when I search.
Yeah, it's not that.
So maybe not. Because I know they were doing some weird shit. I mean, not that they're related at all, but like when Wily Wars ended up on Nintendo Online, which I played, I was like, wow, I guess everything's on the table because this is fucking weird as hell, just from any publisher. But I just think that's so funny because Ninja Gaiden, along with like Ninja Gaiden, was the second game I remember after the next game after Super Mario All-Stars. Because Super Mario All-Stars was iconic. Like, if you were around at that time, that was an iconic SNES game. People fucking loved it, especially with the one that had Super Mario World in it. So you had all of the games like combined. They had all these different bespoke versions of it. And Ninja Gaiden was the next game that I remember doing that, but then it like disappeared. I saw it in a video store. I never rented it and I never owned it. And then I never saw it again. And it is like this really, Dustin might know more about it, but I'm pretty sure that's a pretty valuable SNES cartridge because I don't think they made very many.
Yeah.
So it would be awesome for them to port that again. Maybe the people that are doing Konami's work, doing great work with those Konami ports, maybe they can do some of that stuff too. I don't know. I don't know who that is.
Yeah.
The guys in California that did the Mega Man collection. I can't remember their names. I think it's the same company. But anyway, be nice.
Oh, just one quick thing about the game also that I like is, so I think they translate being a ninja pretty well into this game, an action game. Like, you're not doing stealth kills or anything, which is, I love doing that kind of stuff as a ninja, like in Sekiro. But at least in this game, like as a ninja, you're very agile, running on walls, running up the walls, sideways, across, and you get to like run across water, which is actually really cool. Like how he moves across it feels really good. Just like little touches like that I appreciate a lot.
He's a cool character.
Sick flips. Yeah, Ryu Hayabusa is a cool character. I miss him. I really want Team Ninja to revisit Ninja Gaiden and just put their new spin on it. However, they like no loot, please, or calm down with the loot if you're gonna do it. First of all, but I would love to see them how they'd approach a new Ninja Gaiden game. I don't know if they got scared off because 3 didn't do well and Yaiba are heard as terrible.
Yeah, it kind of died,
Yeah,
but I think Yaiba. I remember going and seeing Yaiba behind the scenes at E3 and being like, I don't know what you guys are doing here, but yeah, it's time to revisit it. I think they probably have more lucrative opportunities, and I feel like maybe Ninja Gaiden is one of those if break glass in emergency situations for them. That's what I always say about like a Chrono Trigger remake at Square Enix. It's like, oh my god.
Well, dude, if I was them, or I mean, if I was Xbox, I'd be knocking on their door, being like, "Hey, you guys want to make a new Ninja Gaiden game?"
They would be amenable, dude. They work with anyone.
Yeah, exactly. It's like Ninja Gaiden has a history on Xbox too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they revived it. And, again, low ceiling, high floor. Koei Tecmo exists perfectly in that space. Being courted by publishers and getting guaranteed money. They're thrilled to survive another day. Like, you can just tell that's their mentality. And I think that's a great mentality, personally.
Yeah.
Like, let's just survive.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Dustin, I'm curious, do you have any interest in Ninja Gaiden?
Yeah. I remember when the original version of not the NES but the Xbox One, I remember playing a demo for it or something and thinking it was insanely hard. Just even the demo. This was a long time ago though. I've always thought about checking them out, or at least this, Sigma in particular. Now I'm trying to remember what you said, Brett. Is this available? You said it's PS3 streaming, but is there any modern way to play this? Or how are you playing?
There's a PS4 collection.
PS4 collection.
Yeah, that's what he's playing on. Remember, like Ninja Gaiden Black and Sigma are basically the same with like updates. These Sigma versions are the ones that you would have access to on PS4 and PC.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. I think you can maybe play Black on Xbox. Maybe.
Right. Yeah, you can play Black on Xbox through backwards compatibility.
Okay. And you can play like base 2 on Xbox and stuff like that also.
Right. And there's the Xbox One version of the PS4, collection too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. You were saying that do you think that as someone who's never played it, because I think there's a thing with games that are dated that if you have experience with it, it's easier to go back and forgive its datedness. I'm worried that if I checked it out, it might just be too rough.
Yeah. Dustin, there's a lot of there's a lot of bullshits like command grabs enemies do on you. It's
yeah.
just fucking bullshit. And I was like, oh, when I just asked you about playing it, I just thought about that in my head, and I was like, oh, Dustin would probably hate this actually.
Well,
so
it's funny because
I don't know.
It's you like hard games though, Dustin, and you're good at games. But I will say that, and you're a better player of games than I am. But Ninja Gaiden came out when I was at my peak in gameplay skill, like my early 20s, and I remember being like hard as fuck then. So I wouldn't even bother, like personally, with that game now. But DMC holds up, doesn't it?
Devil May Cry 1?
Yeah, like the PS4 version.
In some ways. Yeah, in some ways I'd say so.
So like I don't know. It might be in the eye of the beholder, Dustin. You know.
Right.
Devil May Cry is a much easier game. I'll say
yes,
that.
It definitely is. Definitely.
It would be easier for me to consider checking out. This collection still being $40. I'm sure it goes on sale.
Pretty steep.
I bet you it goes on sale regularly. So I might need to add it to my wish list or something like that.
Do you guys agree that this genre of character action, like that we know it in 3D, begins with the PS2 era, right?
Yeah,
like there are no examples of it before that.
I would say Devil May Cry 1 is like the start.
Right, I would agree with you. And there are other weird games like the Bouncer and stuff that start.
That's like a beat 'em up almost.
Right,
to
exactly.
me.
That start getting into that mix though of playing in 3D. But Dreamcast might be the one that starts transitioning more, because the graphics and the fidelity are simply not up to snuff in action games on PS1 and certainly on N64 before that to feel alive the way Onimusha, to me, which is kind of, like I said, genetically related to these games, was the first game I played on PS2 where I was like, wow, this game is fucking dope. Because did you guys see that image recently that's going around of PS2's launch library and how good it was? And I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. PS2's launch library actually wasn't considered very good.
Yeah, I remember it not being very good.
It had a lot of games, but they were very like Summoner and like weird shit like that. But there's this image going around of almost people like looking and thinking like the numeric value of it is like what really matters. And I'm like, no, actually, like Smuggler's Run was pretty good. And like there was a few things, but it wasn't until games like The Bouncer, Metal Gear Solid 2, Onimusha 1, and a few others where like Final Fantasy 10 was a big one for a lot of people, where it felt pretty real, you know, at that time. Yeah. But it's funny, I seen that image going around where I'm like, I don't know, that seems like revision history. In fact, I think some people think the PS2 launch library might be the worst one of all of them.
I remember like the PS2 launch, like I bought one pretty close to launch and there was no like killer app, I guess. Like people would think SSX maybe now, but there wasn't like the hit. You were like the no-brainer.
I bought so many of those random games. Like I think again, there's good games. Like Fantavision's good. It's just not, you know,
well, when you compare it to like Nintendo 64 before that and shit, like Super Mario 64, it's like nothing close to that level. Not even close.
Then again, like it's the exact opposite problem though, right? Because N64 launched with 2 games and then only had 2 games for 4 months, basically. Yeah, so, true.
But
it's crazy that they did that. Isn't that crazy?
I know, it is crazy. Yeah,
like that
crazy.
They did that. Era. It's like it's unheard of. That's what's so great about the N64 though, is you could keep up with it. Like there were so few releases that I never felt like out of bounds with it. It was always like, oh, Jet Force Gemini's out now and fucking whatever. It's like, it never felt overwhelming from the very beginning. I miss that. But that's not the way you make money, you know?
No. But yeah, shout out. Dude, I didn't know Onimusha and Devil May Cry came out in the same year.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And that's why, of course, I mean, you know this, and I'm sure most of our audience knows it, is like Devil May Cry was Resident Evil 4. That's why it took so long for Resident Evil 4 to come out, because they restarted it, you know, and we're like, this isn't a Resident Evil game. It would have been incredible to see that vision, you know.
Yeah, that
really comes out later in Platinum games, you know.
Yeah, man, I miss a lot of action games. It's good we get some every now and then, but I could do with more. I love Souls-likes, don't get me wrong, but
I would love an Onimusha.
Souls-like.
New Onimusha game would be great. And re-releasing the old Onimusha games, they only did the first one. Now I understand they'll never get the third one out again because of the fucking weird. Yeah, exactly. It's like all the licenses, but the second one's good. The fourth one is great.
I never played the fourth one. That's when they did like the different camera angle. I remember. But yeah, and then I liked a bunch of new characters. I had no idea who any of them were.
I loved it. I thought it was really fun. The second one was probably the best one. But
yeah, 2 was my favorite.
Yeah,
Jubei, man. It was the best.
I remember my dad, this is a weird memory, but like my dad coming home, I was about to go away to Boston for college and he came home. I asked him to go to the mall for me and he got Super Mario Sunshine and Onimusha 2. Pick those up for me.
Man, I
Same
remember
day.
going to Target and getting Mario Sunshine. I
Loved
think
it.
it was like summer break, right? Or something like that.
It was summer. It was, I think this must have been, because it was like right before I left. It must have been like late August or something. Like some weird time like that.
I remember walking to Target and getting that game. Whew, man. Good times.
Yeah, it's the best 3D Mario game, no doubt. Shut up, Sunshine.
Wait, you think it's the best 3D Mario game?
Yeah.
Wow.
Definitely.
I might agree with that.
Holy shit.
It's so clever. Flood is so cool. I love Delfino Plaza. Like, it just felt so that game.
I love the vibe. I love the vibe.
It felt so fresh. I remember that game just feeling like, wow, man, this is totally pure Nintendo. And that was me at my Nintendo
peak.
Height.
Yeah. Have you played both the Galaxy games?
Yes. Those are wonderful games, but I still think Galaxy 1 especially was incredible. That was my game of the year that year at IGN. That was the first time I got to vote, actually, in 2007.
Cool.
But
you guys think Sunshine's better than 64?
Yeah,
that's
definitely better than 64.
All right.
Yeah, there's no.
Right.
That's not even a question
right.
for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I didn't really I didn't beat it, but Odyssey, I was just like, eh. I got like
Odyssey's
50 stars or whatever, and I was just like, this kind of boring. Yeah.
Odyssey's fun, man.
I like Odyssey.
You would.
Yeah.
I just want Colin to play a Nintendo game again.
Mm.
Rekindle his old love.
Maybe one day.
He's like a scorned lover right now. We just need maybe Switch 2, Colin. You'll get caught up in the hype. You'll get influenced. You'll play when we're all playing.
That happened with me with Switch 1, where I did buy it at launch and I did own it, and I was just I was quickly like,
well, yeah, because Micah's gonna want Switch 2.
Oh yeah, we'll get Micah one for sure. Yeah. So we'll have one. No doubt have one, and I'm sure I'll be an observer, like a military observer, like a neutral guy that like goes to battlefields and watches.
Got to get Colin back in there, man. Maybe Metroid Prime 4 will get you back in there. What do you think?
Love Metroid Prime. Those are on the Diggins and my short list for games we want to do on on Knockback. I love Metroid Prime. Oh my god,
yeah,
all
so
three
does
of them.
Dustin. Dustin loves Metroid Prime.
You don't like Metroid Prime, Dustin?
No. I played the
does
remaster and I was like, what? And I beat it. So this, and towards the end I was spite beating it because I was like, I can't stand this game.
Oh wow,
Neat
maybe it doesn't hold up.
ideas, but the backtracking, not fun.
I see what Dustin was saying. As someone who played through a lot of it recently, I could see some of what you're saying, Dustin, for sure. I still think it's a really great game, but
that's my most hated take in all of podcasting.
Dude, everyone gets one, man.
But I want to play 2 and 3. If Nintendo puts those out as well on Switch, I will.
The third one was the first time I felt like I was getting a good game. Like I was really quickly disenchanted with the Wii, and I was like, oh, thank God for this game.
Wait, the first good game on Wii? Did you not like Twilight Princess?
No, not at all.
Dude.
And I also don't really consider that a Wii game, in my opinion. I mean,
yeah, it was a GameCube game first, definitely.
No, I didn't like Twilight Princess. Was the beginning of the end of Zelda for me. Yeah.
Fuck, Colin.
Yeah.
All right.
I was totally off Wii by 2008, so Metroid was 2007, and that was probably one of the last games I played. That, Zack and Wiki, and a few others. And
Zack and Wiki was cool. All right. Colin, let's talk. I mean, we've all talked about this game a fuck ton. Stellar Blade. You can also check out our Sacred Symbols Plus about it.
Yeah, there's not much new to say about it. I don't think. I just wanted to. I was playing it. I loved it. I just, in case people have missed our extensive conversations about it on Sacred or Sacred Plus, I highly recommend it. I think it's a refreshing game that comes from this era. Actually, we're talking about literally the era that this game feels like it comes from, which I was saying, the transition from PS2 to PS3 or Xbox to Xbox 360. It's the exact year, especially for Xbox and Xbox 360, the same year Black came out. So it feels like a game from that era to me, with some modern conventions.
Yeah.
Really nicely designed. It's tight in terms of there's padding in it, and we discussed that. Even at its short length, I don't even think needs to really be there. I think the story, the voice acting, weak, like we said, a little confusing, but yeah, overall, I don't want to be too redundant about the things we've already said. I just want to give this game a shout out. I think it's not come and gone. I think people are still talking about it and enjoying it, but it is worth more than the faux controversy around its protagonist. It's deeper than that and better than that. And so it's almost a disappointment in some sense that she had to be such a distraction for people, because it's a fun game. Highly recommended, and not as hard as people were making it out to be. Although, like I said, I did drop the difficulty for the last boss. So, so there is that. If you want to hold that against me, that's totally fine. Although I'd like to get back to the platinum. I think that's something I will go for. I just kind of have to get my mind organized about how I want to approach it exactly, because I'm not really entirely sure what the most efficient way to do it is. I think, like I said, I have I have a save in the cloud in suspended animation, turned off automatic cloud updates so it wouldn't override it, and it's like right at the first point of no return. So I think I might just back off from there and then just do everything from in the game from there, and then beat it again, and then do a new game plus lilyless run. You just kind of ignore everything, maybe just do it on easy, and Dustin was saying you can do that in hours basically. So
yeah.
So I think that I feel, I was looking at my trophies and I'm like, I don't really like the way things are looking right now. It's a little hodgepodge, feels it's not abandoned, it's just that I'm not getting platinum. So I don't like having 5-6 games in a row with no platinums in it. It bothers the fuck out of me. And what I really like is having like platinum, like in a row or something like that. That's what makes Colin feel real good.
Yeah, monkey brain.
To say the least.
Yeah.
So shout out to Stellar Blade. Like I said earlier, shout out to Shift Up. I think they did a great job. Hopefully, for Sony's sake, they helped shepherded this thing. And so I would imagine they're going to stay involved in it. And if they want to do multimedia stuff with it, like they were kind of suggesting in the recent press release we discussed, Sony Pictures would be an interesting option for them if they wanted to do that. Although I think you want to stay in the animated realm if you do anything.
I would say you should stick in the animated realm if you're going to do Stellar Blade.
Yeah, I would imagine. But you never know. I'm not saying you do it in America, but like a live action Korean movie or something. I don't think that's like. Totally
it is Korean. Yeah, I like an American studio doing Stellar Blade would be so weird. Dude.
It doesn't seem like that's what they're interested in anyway. The part of the game's distinct flavor is its Koreanness.
Korean, yeah.
You can't remove that from it. That would be a huge mistake.
Yeah. Let's see. Serial Sex Pest Doug Grimdome wrote in. Hey, how's it going? I'm still playing Stellar Blade and haven't listened to the spoiler cast yet, so apologies you guys brought this up already. The game wants to be Nier Automata so badly and ain't even funny. I know this is what they were going for, but in my opinion, they picked a bar way too high for them to reach. To be honest, having played Nier already, it's definitely coloring my opinion of the game as kind of just okay. I definitely envy anyone who started with this game and loved it, as they still have an even better game to play. Hint, hint. Do you guys have any experience where you aren't so hot on a game because you can't help yourself from comparing it to something else? Keep up the great work, would you kindly? Any Souls game I played early on, I like comparing it to From Software. I was like, I can't do this. I need to not compare these games to From Software because it's not fair to them.
Yeah. This is on the spoiler cast. Not that I'm going to say a spoiler now, but this is one thing, Mr. Serial Sex Pest, that you'll find when you listen to the spoiler cast is that I did bring up that while I think this game has a lot of good and creative ideas and it's not a complete copy of Nier, it did taint my overall experience of the game when especially you get into numerous situations that feel beat for beat like Nier Automata. Now, you mentioned anyone who plays it and they still have a better game to play. I would say that Stellar Blade holds its own. Still, in particular, the combat I would say is better than Nier Automata, which both are good.
I would say so too.
So it's not that you shouldn't even bother with Stellar Blade. It still has many awesome things. I highly recommend it. We talked about how much we loved it on the spoiler cast and throughout the many past few weeks. But I totally agree with you that it wears its inspiration on its sleeve maybe a bit too much. And so I'd like them to branch out. The stuff that they showed that was original and new was really good. So don't be afraid to branch out.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm glad I benefited from ignorance in that sense. And again, it makes me want to see Automata more thoroughly, because I did really like Stellar Blade. So there's no doubt about that. So if I can just get through that intro, that seems so unappealing to me.
Nier Automata is good. I'm surprised, Colin, with your way of doing games that you wouldn't want to play Nier Replicant first.
I do. I played the original Nier a little bit, probably for 10 hours on PS3. I would prefer to do it that way, but they almost seem different to me. Like, and they do take place like thousands of years apart or something, right? So, there is something to be said about that, but no one really talks about Replicant.
They should.
I don't know.
Awesome.
You think that is it good?
So I I played Automata before Replicant, but it almost felt like a situation to me. Maybe this is a bad comparison, but like you see Star Wars, the classic trilogy, and let's just pretend they're both good. And then you get to go back and see some of these threads and how they began in Replicant. So it was almost like getting the sequel prequel to me in a way. So it was able to really expand my knowledge of the lore. And I enjoyed playing it that way. I'll never have the other experience of the other way around. So maybe that is a more rewarding way, but I would say they're interchangeable. The thing is, Automata is much more broadly appealing and less annoying in a lot of ways. And so I would say it's probably easier for someone to check out Replicant and not like it. But there's more things you got to put up with in Replicant over Nier Automata. So it's easier for people to get into the series with that game.
Understood.
This is from Kevin Rafa. Hi, Summoners. What is your favorite boss in Stellar Blade? My personal favorite is Karakuri. The design reminds me of a boss from the Souls, and was terrifying in a good way. All right, favorite boss, boys.
I don't even remember any of the boss names. There's that one boss though with the old ovular. I think it's the second boss, the ovular, almost conveyor belt head, and she like stabs it, and then you fight it later again, like, but it's all fucked up when it returns. Probably the most memorable one.
I think that is the Karakuri.
Oh, okay.
With a bunch of heads, right?
No. It had like
something different. Oh, never mind. Yeah, I was thinking of something different. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's like spiked, like circle or whatever.
Yeah. I would say my favorite bosses are more towards the end of the game, and so I don't want to talk about them for anyone playing. Okay. I felt like those are the ones that I will remember the most. Brad, you had said something when we were talking about Lies of P that is stuck in my brain, that you mentioned not trying to compare them to Souls games because they just never will reach the hype, and I think that's a good thing. But you said something about Lies of P that you said there's not a single boss in Lies of P that comes anywhere close to a Souls boss in terms of their overall design and how memorable they are. And I feel like that's kind of the same case with Stellar Blade. There's some really good ones, but I don't know, when you get the best of the best with Souls, it's hard to compare.
Yeah, I agree, dude. Okay. It's time for some questions. We're going to end the show with some questions and comments from the audience. We take them throughout the episode, but we always end with some dedicated questions and comments. I accidentally forgot to copy pasta some of them earlier, so I'll read some of them off Patreon later. But first one is from Nevitz. Oh, also remember, if you want to send in a question to this show, our other shows, $2 up on Patreon. So head on over there. All right, this is from Nevitz. Guten Tag, gentlemen. I just finished Super Mario Galaxy for the first time and loved it. But now I'm playing Galaxy 2 and I hate it. I think the level design, at least in the early game, is much less fun and interesting than the original. My question is, what is a game series you loved the first game but hated the sequel? I'm curious about your answers. Keep up the good day, gents. Dude, you don't not like a Galaxy 2? What's wrong with you, man?
I don't really like it either.
Dude, what the fuck?
I don't remember liking.
Don't you be tempted by Kyle Bossman takes, okay?
Dude, I remember him talking about that.
Don't be. He's a fucking psychopath.
I thought it though before that, because it's very obvious that Mario Galaxy 2 is just like expanded. It doesn't really feel like a true sequel in a lot of ways. It's like, oh, we have more level ideas and stuff, so we're just gonna cram it into this game that it doesn't. It something about it feels wrong. I don't know. I never finished it. I'd love to go back to it with fresh eyes around it, but I remember just thinking like, okay, this is just kind of more of the same, which I guess is a good thing in terms of Mario Galaxy, but I don't know. It didn't hit for me.
Just fucking awesome levels, man. Just awesome. Like, I'm sorry, there's no sad story about Rosalina.
That's true.
Being stranded.
There is really no story of any consequence.
Yeah, you don't fucking need it.
Yeah, the story was irrelevant to me in Galaxy, really. I liked Rosalina as a character, but I don't really remember that. I don't remember. It's been a while. I haven't played Galaxy 2 since it came out, and that was probably the last Wii game I really played. But I don't really remember like the differentiation between the two games, to be honest.
Yoshi.
I remember. Oh yeah. I did like it. I remember liking it a lot. So I don't remember having a problem with it at the time. And I didn't really know that there was like a whole conversation about if it was good or not, because I always thought it was well known that it was great, you know.
Well,
I guess not.
Dustin, I'll give you some credit because Nintendo didn't find it important enough to put on the 3D collection.
That's true.
Those
they should have, though.
bitches.
I wish they would.
They really should have. It's so annoying, man. Fuck Nintendo. They have the coolest shit, and they always fuck up.
I will say that it has been so long since I played Galaxy 2 that I might be completely wrong. And I'd love to go back. Maybe that's one that I'll emulate on Steam Deck or something to play. Because I'm not getting a Wii out and playing it at 480p or whatever. But worst sequels overall? I'm trying to think. Roller Coaster Tycoon 3. Disappointing. Now, a lot of people like this game, but the move to 3D didn't work for me. And
well, it's particularly the sequel. So you love the first game, but hated the second one.
Oh, so does it have to be number 2?
I think so, yeah. I got some off the top of my head if you...
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Need a second. Obviously, sorry, I don't like Castlevania 2, Colin. I know you love it. I hate it. Mirror Fate also.
Oh yeah, Mirror Fate.
So much worse than the original game.
Mm-hmm. Mirror Fate's totally a bad game. Garbage.
Yeah. And even if you don't want to count that, Lords of Shadow 2 also
really
very
bad.
Inferior.
Yeah.
I can't think like I like Mario 2, but I think it's worse than Mario 1. Mario 2 is fun though. Don't get me wrong. I enjoy Mario 2. I guess the question was hate, so I don't hate Mario 2 at all. All right, Colin, what about you, man? Anything?
I don't know. I'm thinking like I don't. I'm
sequel.
sure there are examples, but I just can't. I'm not really thinking of any.
That's okay.
Because I think often it's unusual for the second game to be worse to bad. Usually second games are considered some of the best in the franchise. You think of Uncharted as a really great example of that. I think some people would say The Last of Us would be their answer.
Oh yeah, totally.
Which is an interesting conversation. It's certainly not the way I feel, but yeah, I don't know. Nothing really comes to mind. I'm sure there are examples if I thought about it or looked through my trophies, but I can't think of anything where I was like, oh man, I hate this fucking sequel. That's how do you make a game worse? That's interesting.
Yeah, that's true. Dustin, did you think of anything, or you just want to keep it Galaxy 2?
Well, no, it feels wrong to say Galaxy 2. My problem is finding it being specifically the second game, because I can think of many games that had like bad entries. You think about Resident Evil,
so many.
6 was the one that was like, man, what happened? Do this.
There's a lot of bad Resident Evil games.
I'm looking because I quickly searched like worst sequels to see if any of these would spark my memory. One that keeps coming up, maybe you can speak to this, Brad. Force Unleashed 2.
Oh man,
is this like known as a really bad sequel?
Yeah, it's really bad.
Interesting.
The first one I think's okay. The second one's fucking dog shit. It's so bad, dude. Yeah, that's a really bad one. Like max and filler cash grab game.
Is it Devil May Cry 2, the one that people hated?
Oh my god, Devil May Cry 2. Yeah, also not good. Very bad.
Dang.
What a step down. Yeah, Devil May Cry 2 is an excellent pick. Wow. Jeez. All right. This is from Pravada22. Hello, my fellow white guys. Can you name or rank your favorite game creators, and why is it Hideo Kojima and Tetsuya Nomura overall? I've been replaying MGS1 and 2 for the 20th time. It is really present, past, and future, other than maybe Judas. This email is a mess. Do you see game creators going back, picking their narratives with profound, or is it too risky now?
Don't reward the listeners that can't write.
Well, here's the thing, Colin. I didn't get the copy paste all the names out, so I saw this question because I read the beginning of it. And I was like, oh, okay, that's fine overall. Name your favorite, rank your favorite game creators. I'm like, okay, yeah, we could do that. But the rest, I just don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah.
So let's just do rank your favorite game creators. Name or rank.
I don't know, man.
Hidetaka Miyazaki.
He's number
obviously. God tier. Yeah.
He's number one for me. We bring up Ken Levine all the time.
Ken
yeah, it's
Levine's
like
great.
frankly, it would be people that I know and I'm like friends with in some sense. So
Neil
it's a little
Druckmann's
strange.
one of your
Neil would
top.
definitely be one of my favorites, but he's a friend, like a personal friend. It feels like fucking.
Well, that's
wacky
okay.
to say that, you know.
You even separating that, his games are like your favorite.
Yeah, The Last of Us and BioShock for these two, Druckmann and Levine, are like huge seminal games for me. So I mean, they would certainly be amongst the great creators. But historically, it's like Keiji Inafune and Koji Igarashi and like a bunch of like some people that are probably not even really working anymore. But yeah, I think from like modernity, I mean, I'm most interested in what Naughty Dog's doing and Judas. So I mean, those would be the obvious things for me, I guess.
Where are we ranking Fumito Ueda?
I'm not really a Ueda guy, so I wouldn't, but
all right.
But I kind of stay silent on that. It's just not for me. Like,
okay.
We did a Shadow of the Colossus knockback a couple years ago. I had not played it all the way through. I wasn't really a fan of Eco, and I didn't play Last Guardian. So
okay,
I want to play Eco really bad, but
you've never played Eco?
No, I've played Shadow and I've played Last Guardian, and I love both of those games.
Eco's short.
Yeah, I
think it's pretty short.
I'm guessing PS3 HD collection. That's the best option for me.
Yeah, it's the easiest option. Yeah,
kind of sad, but
yeah,
I think Bluepoint did that.
Play that.
They did.
Yeah,
they did a quality job. Definitely one of my favorites. Yeah, them. I'm always interested in what Mikami's doing, just because his past works are so good. I don't know where I'd rank him though. He is good though, but I don't know. Like obviously Miyamoto gave me so many great games, even though he doesn't do as much nowadays. He's not like as prominent, I guess, his role or in the game itself. But I don't know, man. So many good game designers out there. Kojima's obviously awesome because there's no one like him. But I don't know. Some good ones, man. But we'll put Miyazaki as number one.
Yep. Colin, you're outnumbered.
That's fine. I mean, whatever makes you happy.
This is from Marco. Hey, Summoners. I need some perspective. A friend of mine just played and enjoyed Mafia 1 Remake. He then started Mafia 2 Remastered and dropped it because the game was too old and the graphics were too bad. Am I overreacting and thinking that this take is incredibly shallow and baby-like? We're both in our mid-20s, came up on the 360/PS3 generation. I've always felt like that was the generation of consoles that established and figured out how a modern shooter should play, and going back to them shouldn't feel too jarring. I would love to hear your thoughts. Cheers and take care, Marco. Your friend thinks the remaster is too ugly?
I loved Mafia 2.
I played a little bit of 2, but I never played all of it. But I love Mafia 1.
Yeah, Mafia 1's good. I platinumed Mafia 2 on PS3, and it had all that weird stuff like the Playboy magazines and stuff. And actually, I wrote the strategy guide for it at IGN, and I had to find the Playboy magazines to take pictures of them. And I cleared it with my bosses. Like, you need to understand this is going to be on my screen. Like, I'm going to be like taking these screenshots and doing all this kind of stuff. So just there's going to be titties hanging out here. But what does your friend expect? Because Mafia 1 is a PS4 remake, right. And Mafia 2 is a PS3 game. So it's obviously going to look. It's funny because I remember people thinking Mafia 2 was incomplete because it felt empty, but like a way better gameplay experience than the first one.
Yeah, there is a lot of people. I mean, we hear all the time about like people that are graphic snobs and like, you know, console warrior bullshit on Twitter that's constantly clipping Digital Foundry like it's the word of God himself, which I love Digital Foundry, but putting it on that degree of a pedestal is what I should say, of superiority of other games and consoles and stuff like that. But I can understand a little bit that sometimes you go back to certain games where maybe the art style and the graphics don't hold up and it can be a detracting thing for it. But
sure,
I don't know, in this case, if it doesn't seem like it's, I'm watching video of the definitive Mafia 2 and it doesn't seem that bad. It's not like PS1. I understand when some people can't go back to PS1 games. Not me personally, but I get it. This one doesn't seem that bad though.
It's not. It's isn't it from 2010? It's like not that old. Yeah.
It's 2010. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not even an early PS3 game.
Tell your friend to grow up. All right,
Grow up, sort it out.
grow up.
The problem with that game was not the way it looked. The problem with that game was that it was empty. That's what I remember about it. Was like, it didn't seem like there was anything to do. You know, I don't know. Your friend's mind's in the wrong place.
It's from Chris Holmyard. Hi, BCD. What, in your opinion, is the most complete and content-rich RPG that you have ever played? The Witcher 3 is probably mine, but Skyrim would definitely be at the top as well. Keep up the great work. Content-rich.
Fallout 3. Pretty perfect.
Lots of content.
That game was considered like so big
DLCs.
that you couldn't even imagine it. And now it's pretty quaint, you know?
Yeah. Especially with all the DLCs and stuff.
Yeah, the 5 DLC packs.
Yeah. The Witcher 3, also a good example, like you brought up, with those 2 DLCs as well. Content rich, dude.
Yeah, I'm trying to, like, biggest versus my favorite.
Yeah, well, I'm more saying like content rich within reason. Like, I don't give a fuck about volume. Like, what game felt rich? That's what I'm kind of more approaching it. And Fallout 3 felt totally alive.
Complete and content rich.
Yeah, Fallout 3 felt completely, totally complete. And I loved do you guys remember the 5 DLC packs? They would come out 1 month apart from each other. So there was just a constant release of them.
Yeah.
It was really cool.
I never played. I think I played maybe one of them.
Yeah, it was Operation Anchorage first, which was pretty cool. It was about like the Chinese invasion, like a VR mission, basically. And then there was the Pit, Fort Pitt, whatever. It was about Pittsburgh, like the steel mill there. There was Point Lookout, right? That was the one that was in Maryland, where it was like it was like a totally different map. There was the Brotherhood of Steel one, and then there was the cool one at the end, which was like the alien ship crashing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I remember there's an alien one.
Yeah, like you get abducted by aliens or whatever, and like the last one, which was pretty cool.
Mothership Zeta, right?
Zeta, right?
Yeah.
And then you got the laser gun, which is like an insanely powerful gun. But there was one other version. You guys remember that? There's like just like it was a teaser for what they were planning, because there was a crashed UFO with alien bodies like in the middle of the desert. It was pretty cool. That game was so great, man. That game just shifted everything about. Dagan and I were just talking about that actually, where he was like, what game should we put on our list? And I'm like, if you just had time, and Fallout 3 comes out again, which I think it's going to. I think they're going to re-release it within the next couple of years, probably, especially with what's going on with the show. I'm sure that's like an urgent thing at this point. And so I was like, we should really play that, because that game melted me when I was like, I can't even believe this game, how good this game is. I wonder if I still feel that way when I go back and play it.
Yeah.
In terms of richness and my personal preference, I mean, I got to say Elden Ring. Overall.
I was about to say Elden Ring too.
Yeah, just in that it has all the things we loved about Dark Souls. It has what is it called, Brad? Like the levels.
Interconnected level?
Well,
or just like the legacy dungeons?
Legacy dungeon, is that the right word for it?
If you're talking like Stormvale Castle.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it has that. It has the explorability of like a Breath of the Wild, where you're kind of just going out and seeing what's out there. It's got all kinds of different bosses, different builds, side quests. So that might be it. Yeah. But I remember the first game, I remember being amazed by its wealth of content and quality was Oblivion, actually. Which Oblivion, I don't know if it really holds up quite like it does, like, or holds up today as it did, you know, how awesome it was back then. But it was the only game I owned on 360 for like 5 or 6 months because I couldn't afford anything else. And I was just good to play Oblivion.
That's a good one to have, though.
It was awesome.
Big ass game. All right, this is for our last question. This is from Stefan Street. Which hardware would you be most excited and interested in? Nintendo console, not a hybrid handheld. Sony handheld, Microsoft handheld, Steam console.
I mean, Sony handheld only?
That's what it says.
The next PlayStation's going to probably have a handheld component to it. It seems like that's pretty obvious. That like,
well, let's just say it came out tomorrow. It's just, boom. Here it is.
I mean, I would obviously be most interested in the Sony product, assuming that it was a hybrid. If it's just a handheld, then obviously that's like DOA. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no future. There's no future for it. Yeah, go ahead.
It just says not a hybrid or hybrid handheld.
Yeah, so I mean, that's DOA. I mean, I don't want that for PlayStation. There's just, you guys should have bought the Vita. You're a bunch of fucking idiots, and you didn't buy the Vita. So we'd probably be on 2 generations beyond the Vita at this point, if any of you bought it. And now you all are wistfully wanting it. It's like, where were you when it mattered? Nowhere to be found. So the handhelds you're going to get now are things like Portal, and then ultimately, I would assume, like, there's a rumor. It's funny because remember, Dustin, because you're on the show, that I've been saying this for years, that it's like they should just make a handheld PS4. And have you seen that? Like, that's becoming like a compelling rumor that like they're actually going to do it.
Just PS4?
Yeah, like some sort of PS4, either with like modularity where like PS5 games are somehow down res to it, or like
you need to be able to
accesses the base. I personally think I think it would be a niche device. If you want to be make a competitive mass market device, it's got to be the console you're on. And it's got to interact with that. But there is something interesting about saying, like, I keep saying to people, the PlayStation 4 PSN is the baseline PSN now. It's never going away. Like, that is the PSN that will exist as long as PlayStation exists. The other PSP PlayStation that existed, Vita and PS3, these are all like bespoke and will ultimately go away. It would be interesting to have a device that just constantly connects with the baseline PSN, you know, and knowing that half of PlayStation's audience is still to this day on PS4, 120 million users, and 60 million of them are on PS4. So
yeah, crazy.
That's not nothing, but I fear this idea of keeping these old generations alive and just tempting Sony to continue to support it forever, I think is bad for us as consumers. So it's hard for me to take part in this mental exercise, knowing that like a handheld by itself is DOA. Xbox handheld by itself is not even DOA. It's like fucking totally buried before it even comes out. And you need to have this more hybrid approach, which I think is inevitable. It's funny how Nintendo has bent these companies. People say Steam Deck, and I think that there's something to that, but it's not Steam Deck. Like, there's something about the Switch that's much more. There's a million Steam Decks, right? Or something like that. There's 120 million Switches. It's just kind of.
It's cheaper. Nintendo's a huge name to most casual people.
These companies made a
Steam
huge.
Deck's for the hardcore.
These companies made a huge. I said it for years. I said it when Vita was kind of being phased out before it was canceled 5 years later or whatever. It's like, you're making a huge mistake. You're ceding the space to Nintendo. Like, there's just no competition. No one's going to compete with Nintendo here. You're just going to let them have handhelds. Like, you've let them have it basically since the late 80s. It's crazy. And I think these companies realized, like, well, that was a fucking stupid mistake, wasn't it? It's not to undercut like how well PS4 did. PS4 basically has sold as many units as Switch. It's just the accessibility of Switch and the interoperability of TV to handheld play. I see it in my own life every day because my wife plays on Switch every day around me. It's like, it's incredible. It's simple and straightforward. And I know it lacks the power proposition, but that's what Sony can do, is they can bring that to bear because they're hardware manufacturers too. And I'm not saying Nintendo doesn't make hardware. Obviously they do. They just don't give a fuck about it. That's a difference, So I can't wait to see the Switch 2. How powerful is it going to be? Like, what will it be able to do? Very exciting.
Very exciting.
Of these options, Brad, the most compelling to me is the Steam console, or a Steam Deck console.
Yeah.
Mainly from the perspective, I think this came up on Sacred last week, just the idea that now both Sony and Microsoft are releasing their games on PC. Microsoft for a while now, and PlayStation now getting what seems to be closer and closer to day and date on PC. And so you have Valve, who's had a lot of success with Steam Deck. They've been able to eliminate Windows from the picture through using Linux and Proton, which has come a long, long way. And, people love their Steam Deck for the ability to play games on their PC and have their cross save on the go on their Steam Deck. And I wonder if there is room for them to make a device that works and is much more powerful, but runs like the Steam Deck, but just, like I said, has a lot more power and has the ability to play the major games from the two big players out there. It's very compelling, very interesting.
Very compelling.
So I would be very curious if they're considering it right now.
I'm going to take the boring answer and say Nintendo console. Now, I'm not saying it's essential, but every time I play a game on Switch like Zelda, I was just like, man, I just couldn't imagine if it was like on modern hardware running or something like that. Obviously, the Switch is all about switching around, but I'm just like, man, if I could play Zelda with PS5 graphics or something, Just be like, God, it's so fucking cool. I want that. I always kind of feel sad knowing that I'll never get like a tech pushing Zelda game ever again. Like they do pushing stuff in other ways, like gameplay design and stuff like that, which is more important. But it's like, man, I want that high fidelity 4K 60 frame Zelda game or something like that. Just won't fucking get it. It's over. But yeah, lots of exciting things coming up anyways for video games. I'm so curious about that future Sony handheld, like you were saying, Colin, and Microsoft's whatever they do. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Exciting times.
Yeah, it's funny how you're almost stupid to and I don't know. I've been in the industry for over 20 years. Like I make so many prognostications that end up not becoming wrong, that don't become come true, and how you just can't convince yourself that you really have no idea what's going to happen. And certainly 5 years ago, 0 people were like, the next PlayStation is going to want to go back to the handheld situation. Xbox is going to need some sort of handheld. No one was saying that.
No one was saying that. You're right.
0. And so I love the fluidity of it. How market demands really flex consumer behavior flexes these companies to make decisions. Ultimately, they're going to be set in these decisions. I think they are now. And we'll see how they play out. But it's so fascinating to think that gaming is so dynamic that what will be the future in a few years, which is like these interoperable hybrid consoles, or at least things that deal with each other on a cloud basis or a Wi-Fi basis, like with controllers that can be used up from afar, like a Portal, but maxed out, right? That it's funny that that's like inevitable.
Yeah, it's coming up. All right, everybody, that's it for this episode of Summon Sign. Thank you, everyone, for watching or listening. We appreciate it greatly. Dustin, any final words before we go?
Final thoughts. I got to go mow my lawn today.
Nice.
And I'm going all out. I'm going to get the weed eater, do all the edging, take care of it.
You got to do it.
Well, and the other thing, too, is that Holly loves gardening. And because she's very pregnant right now, she's not doing any gardening. You're also not supposed to when you're pregnant, just because there can be like, you're not supposed to interact with cat poop when you're pregnant. And if there's a cat that poops in your garden, that's, and other like stuff in dirt. So anyway, the gardens look real bad right now because there's nothing being done. So I really need to go and clean those up. So I don't enjoy it. I'm not the type of guy that enjoys yard work, but sometimes you got to do what needs done. So that's what's on the horizon for me this evening. But thanks for having me, Brad.
Yeah. Thanks for being on.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Colin, anything you want to say before we go?
No, thanks for having me. Yeah, I'm going to get out and do some work too. It's Tuesday. So we're recording this on Monday. I get the garbage out because it's Tuesday's garbage day in our neighborhood. But we had this wooden pallet, like a classic wooden pallet that, you put things on and to ship, because we got so many of the physical games that we're doing for the next game. They shipped it on one of those, and I have no idea how to get rid of it. The last time this like happened, I had to just take a saw and like cut it apart, and that's what I'm gonna have to do again. So, because it's just gonna sit here forever, and I'm just like, I refuse. This is one of those things that your garage would just absorb, and then it would be there for years. I have to just get rid of it now. It's got to be gone. So that's gonna be my task going outside. I mowed my lawn a couple of days ago, so I'm okay for now. But it grows so fucking quick.
So quick. Yep. How hot is it out there though right now for you?
It's only 78 today. It's been cooler. Okay. The last week or so, unseasonably cool, because I didn't open my pool. Usually you open your pool in May. Some people even open their, like my uncle down the street opened his pool in April. I was like, oh, I'm going to wait till June. And then I kind of started to regret it. We like scheduled it last year. You can't really like move around. These guys are like all scheduled up or whatever. And I was like, oh, fuck, I probably should have opened it in May, but it's worked out perfectly because it's been horrible. Like as far as like, it's just not hot enough yet. And so I can still get a few things done before it gets too hot. Then I'm going to be dipping in the pool, drinking too much probably.
Nice.
But not yet. The weeks to come, though.
Weeks to come. Hell yeah. Cool. Thanks for listening, everybody. Yeah. We will see you guys next episode. Once again, thank you to my guests for being on. I appreciate it. And we will see you next episode. Take care. Bye-bye. Summon Sign is a product of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is written and hosted by me, Brad Ellis. The show is produced by Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by Ramon Narvaez. Summon Sign, along with the rest of Last Stand's media shows, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we are grateful for your kind contribution and generosity to our independent endeavor. Thank you.